Okay, I am live. I'm preparing for my debate with what's his name? DB from the Monday Debate Discord. As and this whole debate's gonna be preparation for my debate with Forrest Velkai that I hope to have eventually after this. So right here I have a LibreOffice window, and we're just going to start adding notes to this file so I know what I'm going to say during the debate. So I can have my opening done, I have my references ready, and I don't leave anything out. So the title is going to be the resolution of the debate, which will be Can you be an atheist and say gods exist in any context? And the subtitle will be get I guess heading one. We'll be having a subtitle. Alright, subtitle. Versus DB at the debate. So I already have a panel guest. I'm gonna bring Brandon Looney Tunes on.
Hey there, Hank.
Hey, Brandon.
Yes. What's this stream about?
I just told you. I just introduced. I'm preparing for a debate against DB from the Monday Debate Discord, so I can get ready for my debate against Forrest Velkai.
You're a good user.
You have a noisy background.
What background?
Yours.
Oh, the Dodgers. The Dodgers. Do you have a favorite Looney Tune character?
Wally Coyote.
That's my second favorite next to Roadrunner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also like Foghorn Leghorn.
I think you did. Came to my channel for a stream.
Yes, I was there for 15 minutes, I think, on Friday.
And it was probably the best panel you've ever been on.
I've been on a lot of panels. So what do we have? We have a lot of viewers already for right now. So what it called? So I always like to start with definitions so we know what we're talking about. Journals. I share two screens. I'll just type them in. So I have some of my definitions on my Become a Living God blog, which is a famous doom bunker. But I think I'm going to move that to a different website. I haven't been maintaining this one. Plus, there's restrictions on there. If I have my own website, there won't be any restrictions. So I'm actually copying stuff from my definitions reset. I might as well show it real quick. Present. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. So a bunch of definitions I'm getting this from here when I did my definition reset against when I was interacting with Bill Gates a couple years ago. So I'm just going to transcribe a few of those that they need for this debate. In fact, I might as well share that again, to give people something to watch. So I'm going to pick. So definitions I need the definition for definition. Okay. Definition I need. Set of criteria. So I'm going to need object, that which you can imagine or draw, that which has shape. Location, I think I'm going to need that one. The set of distances.
What business streamer do you have?
The lowest paid one. That means I can have 10 people on panel.
There's no Restream button.
Restream button. I should have restream button. Let me set my settings. General. Must not enable it. Yeah, I didn't enable it. Guest constraints, destinations. Okay, I enabled it. Try resetting. Yeah, try refreshing your page. I went ahead and enabled that. In fact, I can place on guest center too, so I can know when people come up.
And we live.
Oh, okay. So
And until it goes X-rated.
It's YouTube. Nothing's X-rated on YouTube. So I actually could see all the streams going off in my top right corner. So I see my stream to YouTube is active. my stream to Twitter is active, and I can see your stream that you linked is also active right now. And I actually have control to this and any of those I want to. So there's more stuff I can get away with on Twitter than on YouTube. And once I play around with this more, I'm going to stream to like a whole bunch of platforms at the same time, just in case something odd happens. Well, it's going to be saved anyway. So if you're trying to use YouTube TOS against me, well, I'm still going to have it. So don't bother. Not only will I still have it, everyone else will still have it too. So if you're trying to come up here and censor me, you might as well give up, change the channel. It's not going to work.
I only have the 3 point. It's only allowed 6.
That's correct. So location, set distance from one object to all other objects. Ooh, I hear someone else coming. Denizen. Welcome, Denizen.
Yo, what's up, man?
I'm restreaming as Dennison.
You're what? Oh, you're restreaming?
Yes.
Word. So you're just debating somebody on this resolution in the title?
Affirmative. Can you be an atheist and say God exists in any context?
I would say yes.
Excellent. Why do you think you can be an atheist if you say a God exists somewhere?
Because it doesn't necessarily have to be a theistic God. You could also be without the knowledge of a God and accept that they could possibly exist. And you could say that gods exist, but they're just man-made.
Oh, okay. So you said you can have gods, but man created the gods, then they're somehow not gods.
Not theistic. Just gods in the literal sense. Literary sense.
So literary sense. So you can say you can have gods. If you create a god that doesn't count somehow, like it's like some kind of dollar Coke, it's not real Coke.
Well, I think they would still be gods because they're everything a human being thinks a god is, except the supernatural theistic stuff.
Yeah. So pretty much, me personally, I don't make any supernatural claims because, and pretty much any event that happens in the universe will degrade to nature because it's you can evaluate with the scientific method, and anything that can be evaluated by science would be natural by definition. So any event that happens, even if we didn't explain it yet, would be natural by definition.
Right. The what supernatural means in human terms is things, natural processes which are beyond our understanding of nature.
Does Dennis have a favorite Looney Tune character?
Well, bugs can't really be bugs.
I am restreaming this, by the way.
Yeah, you said that way, Brennan.
I'm restreaming on more platforms now.
Which ones are you restreaming to?
I saw the old school cartoons on someone else's channel today.
But yeah, shout out to Kaizo. He can't make it because he's on another panel right now. But yeah, so if supernatural is an unexplained event, then it's natural by definition because we can probably explain it later. So any event that can be evaluated can be evaluated by the scientific method. Therefore, it generates natural, which is why I don't bother with the term supernatural, because anything supernatural that's relevant will be natural, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't believe in anything outside of natural processes.
Yeah. So, which is why I don't bother to use any reference to super nature, because anything supernatural that counts is natural. So I'll need entity, which would be an object that has location, that which you can see or touch.
Who's this person you're debating?
It's just some Discord moderator. It says in their profile that they are Christian, so it'd be so they're a stage moderator from the UK. They're Christian and they're Globe Earth. I actually did that. The only reason they probably take this debate is because they're a debate bro, or they wanted to see if I can debate atheists well enough for them. Otherwise, I don't see why a Christian would take this debate. So I really don't know much about them, but it's preparation for Force Valkyrie anyway, so I might as well take what I can get. And Force Valkyrie is the line host. I had him cornered, but he's abusing his moderation privileges to get away. So I just said I just walk away from that because I'm not going to get anywhere. And before my call, he had some Christian on. And they discussed what called it. They discussed about 45 minutes, and my call barely lasted like 5 minutes because
OJ is here. Says Brennan, the number one Looney Tunes man. Hello, panel.
my debate. My call barely lasted 5 minutes because Forrest didn't like where it was going because he didn't really have control. But yeah, I'm going to talk to him again when I have a third party moderator, but pretty much if you have someone cornered and they're not mature and they have moderation powers, then they'll just try they'll cheat their way out of the end result of a string of logic they're not comfortable with. So that's why I want to challenge. I did challenge Forrest Valkyrie to debate. He hasn't answered yet. So if I debate this topic more, what will happen is that other people will start challenging him on the same thing on his own show. Then I'll put the same challenge up to him again and say, hey, you're getting ignored in your show because of me. You might as well come back and resolve this.
Brennan now has 3.6K now. So fastest growing channel on YouTube.
So what's next? Do I need motion? I don't think I'm gonna need motion for this debate. Time. Have more location. What? One time? I don't think I need time for this debate. I may need it, so I'm gonna put it in there. Context, I definitely need that one. Context would be the set of objects being invoked or embodied by an object. That's gonna be a key word.
What's the source of this document we're looking at?
That's from my blog. I quoted those definitions that when I was going back and forth with Bill Gates.
So these are personal definitions?
Yeah, which is valid in the debate as long as I be explicit about it.
Right.
Which is why I'm putting the definitions in my debate prep. So when I do my opening statement, he knows exactly what I mean.
Right.
And if he says no, you have to use the other source for definitions, which is unreasonable, I can always have a dictionary reference that says pretty much exactly what says what I mean in different words. So there's no point making a argument by a dictionary against me.
I run into a lot of trouble in conversations with people online because on YouTube especially because I think they use a lot of words and terms colloquially in a way that's almost antithetical to the original meaning, and then they like people who understand that incorrect usage tend to follow them and have just and be on their panels and in their discussions and in their chat. So you can be like the only person in a discussion who's using a term correctly.
Yep.
Looking right at it in the dictionary while people tell you that you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, I heard that. I had that before. A lot of times with truthers, they try to use etymology inappropriately.
Yeah, there's that too. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I mainly saw old school cartoons on other streams now.
Truthers also love to use what is it? It's not homonym.
Gematria.
That too, yeah. It's not a word that sounds like another word, but the term for two things that sound alike.
Homonym.
Is it homonym?
I think so. Let me double check.
Is is a good idea, Hank?
Say again.
Jesus, the Christian taught a lot of my people don't really talk Christian.
Oh, I'm Christian. I'm a Unitarian Universalist.
Interesting.
Yeah. So,
are you atheistic at the same time, or are you theistic?
Polytheistic. So this
is interesting.
So this is homonym, 1 or 2 words to spell to pronounce like.
Why have we did a Looney Tunes stream on your channel?
Say again.
Why have we did a Looney Tunes stream on here?
Why aren't we doing a Looney Tunes stream on here? Because I'm doing the debate prep on here.
Why lose subscribers if you talk about that?
I don't know. Check your YouTube studio.
Yeah, I did lost one.
All right. Well, that's not my problem, really.
So reading the definition, I think it'd be more appropriate to say they use words and phrases that sound alike in order to create homonyms where they don't exist.
Interesting.
Billion.
So I needed think we need the term universe as set objects that have physical presence with each other.
I like that definition. So
You-
does the universe not contain the metaphysical then?
I I have a I don't have a great understanding what metaphysical even means.
Yeah, I guess if you everything's natural, then everything's physical.
Yeah, and I'm an idealist, but everything would still have if you're a monster of any kind, everything will have the same substrate eventually. Therefore,
Right.
they will have physical presence with each other.
Even if you're a polytheist, you'd still everything in this universe would still have physical presence with each other.
Yes.
Right.
So frame, save state of the universe, film, and the movie. I won't need frame.
Sub 5
Energy,
speed.
different. Who's it? 5 speed in the chat?
5 speeds in the chat.
Nothing.
OJ's in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
He was from my chat. He was in my. He.
Quantum Epic is in the chat.
Mm-hmm. So, brilliant universe.
I didn't see Natalie Hayes is here too. We know Kazorian's here. Is he gonna?
Yep. He's on another panel, and I know the feeling. So, universe. Do I need multiverse? Let's have out the condition have physical playing each other. I think multiverse will overcomplicate things. Yeah, I'm gonna leave out multiverse. I think that's gonna overcomplicate things. I'll write it back if I can't make my point without it. Dimension, number of coins that need a specified location of an object. I think I'll need that.
What kind of format is this debate?
So we must be standard modern day debate format. We both do our opening statements one at a time. Then we'll go, I think, questions, or I think no, Monday debate's simple. I think just 10-minute open statements. Then we'll have open back and forth discussion. Then we'll have questions for the audience, and that would be on the Monday debate Discord. I think we're gonna do it tomorrow, but we may move it another day. But I'm still gonna be prepared either way. Yeah, dimension, number of coins being specified, allocation of object. This is to be a key term, dimension. Because if we say pretty much, I know someone's gonna say, well, it's in fiction, so it doesn't count. But if I could specify where it would be, if we were looking for it, then we have it. We know where it is. So it's gonna be really hard to say, well, we don't have it. It's not an entity since we have a way to reference it.
Does a god have to be an entity, an object that has location, that which you can see or touch?
No, it just needs to be an object of worship, so it doesn't necessarily have to be an entity.
Right.
But there are
What's
we have,
worship?
yeah, worship's gonna be a reverence, but I'm sure we can find if if talking about gods that aren't entities is an issue. Maybe I definitely can. I'm definitely gonna have a couple examples of gods that are indeed entities that that you can't really reject with any kind of interpretation unless no, you know what? Someone can reject anything. So I won't put it past anyone to reject any possible because I know we have flat earthers, we have mud flooders, all kinds of crazy models. So I'll leave it up to my interlocutor to reject anything they want. I just need to focus on presenting my model. If the model doesn't make it's incoherent, then I win.
Well, there's some glaring there's some missing definitions.
Yeah, I know. There's missing definitions here, which is why I have the what's it called? The open
Making your
text
new
document
list.
out. So this is just where I have some definitions stored, so I can just copy them. But I'm going to add the definitions I need to this open text document I have in LibreOffice.
People love to call me semantical, but my first thought would be, what's an atheist?
Oh, that's a
And
good
what's
question.
a god? Yeah,
Yes,
you
that's a
need a
good question.
definition of that.
For that, I'm going to use Steve McRae's we call it paper. I guess the oppositional square, whatever it's called. Where is it? Let me pull it up. I'm gonna use that definition of an atheist. So because he makes the most clear and coherent definition I've ever seen. Great. Documents books.
What makes his different?
So he had his paper checked by actual philosophers. So Steve McRae had his paper called The Presupposition of Atheism by the Sematon Square Opposition Lead to a Semantic Collapse. I've got to lean heavily on this paper to reject any forms of any definition of atheism that would collapse my argument. I actually had that one downloaded. I forgot where I. Well, just shows the full text here. So I have this one downloaded. So can I blow this up? So Steve published this in May 30th, 2022. So if we accept that there is this distinction between strong atheism and weak atheism, we should surely accept that there is a similar distinction between strong theism and weak theism. Strong theists reject the claim that there are no gods, while weak theists merely refrain from accepting the claim that there are no gods. And then we shall have it that agnostics are both weak atheists and weak theists. Graham Opie.
I mean, I guess that's fair. I just don't know if it's logically sound.
Oh,
you're pretty good. You're a pretty good user, Hank.
But right now I'm an administrator. So I'm the best possible user on the screen.
I restream on Gen
super
X
admin.
channel every
Actually, no,
single
that's
day until it goes X-rated.
the guy at StreamYard's the super admin.
Yeah, I guess. In some sense, the StreamYard people are my bosses, I guess. Well, I wouldn't say that. There's
There's an IT guy.
They're
There's an
my
IT guy that works for them that has more access than you.
Yeah.
He's the only one who can unhank Hank right now.
It may be possible someone else could do it, but I don't see how yet. Well, you know what's not here? None of my haters are here yet because they know I rule with an iron fist, so they're not going to even bother doing anything. Yeah, iron fist and steel-toed boots.
I think like a weak theist could be pretty sure there's a God, but not certain.
Yeah. The problem,
because
you keep going.
If on that scale of agnostic, where does a person cease being an atheist and start being a theist?
Exactly.
As soon as they accept the proposition that God is real, that God exists. Well, the Christian God, the theist God.
Well, here's the thing. By my definition of God, the Christian God would not be the only God, which actually confuses a lot of atheist arguments because they use classical theism, which is, well, I guess a version of Christian God that's also Plato's God somehow, and then that God has to do what they pretty much has to act as a genie for the atheists, or it blows itself out. It poofs in a puff of logic. So
you have to hold them to it because otherwise they try to smuggle in all of that Christian apologetics on a single word like God or deity or creator or designer, etc.
But the problem is usually that's not the God Christians worship either. So I don't really know any Christians that worship the God of classical theism. So I usually call it a straw man when I get it.
Well, they think he's all knowing, all powerful, all and all loving. Not everyone believes in the last one, but most Christians do. So that's already been taken care of, in my opinion, by Epicurus.
Well, here's one of my favorite Bible verses that really stops that in the track. So Isaiah 45:7, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So that's incompatible with the God of classical theism and its reference from the Bible. So we can use this verse to say that the God of the Bible is not the same God as the God of classical theism.
Why?
Because it creates evil. The God of classical theism would not create evil. So they're not the same God.
Well, I mean, he it's only evil to us. He creates everything, including what we refer to as evil. But it's actually, but what they'll have us believe is it's actually good. It's loving. We're just too stupid to figure out how smart and great he is.
Yes. But they would say that he couldn't create evil because that would be against his nature. And that's, according to the Bible, that's not true. The Bible says right here in Isaiah 45:7 that God did indeed create evil.
Well, you'd have to, even if he merely created it in the free will of men, or he created it, with Satan, because he creates everything. That's
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
So evil exists, but we don't. There's two apologetic, excuses for this. One, God's really good, and we just don't understand it. He moves in mysterious ways. He's so much smarter than us and more moral than us. We can't possibly understand this crap. And the other is, well, human free will. All the evil that happens, even though it was created by God, is still done by man. And it's our fault because he made us that way. And somehow they try to sew up the logic gap between knowing everything that's going to happen and still giving free will to a species.
Yeah, I don't really like the free will. It's incoherent. In fact, I'm still arguing a little with Tommy on that. So next time I see him, I'm going to ask him if he thinks slaves have free will. And if he says yes, then he pretty much his argument self-detonates.
Yeah, the thing with free will is it doesn't mean free and it doesn't mean will to the people who believe in it, right?
Yeah.
So it's
an attribution. You say so to say something has free will is the same thing as to blame it for whatever happens.
I love this modern orthodoxy for a contradiction in terms. How do you like that? That where God is morality. So everything God does is good, even if he burns down a village.
Well,
because he's the source of morality. You know what I mean?
Well, that one's easily resolvable. So if you assume might makes right, if God is almighty, then God is alrighty. So it's coherent.
It seemed to me that if you follow that reasoning through, though, you'd have to be a pretty dark person, or you have a strange view of morale. Every imaginable brutality is therefore just.
Well, I'm a Machiavellian, so some might say I do have a dark view of morality.
My goal is to reach 4,000 by the end of the month.
$4,000?
4,000 subscribers.
How many do you have now?
3,067.
Nice.
I doubt I'm going to reach that many by next month.
I think you could do it if you put your mind to it.
By going on brand new panels, hopefully re-streaming that certain panels on my channel, along as if it's not X-rated.
Why? What happens if it's X-rated?
YouTube takes the stream down,
delete it.
Yeah. So I'm actually gonna save that Isaiah 45:7 in my notes as a reference because I know someone's gonna. Usually, people pull up the God classical theism, and I'll just use that as the feeder for that. And I'm gonna Might as well copy the name Steve McRae's paper while I'm at it, so I can. Share the stuff said, because I know I'm going to reference this paper for sure. How presumption in 18th by way symmetric square of opposition leads to a semantic collapse. So I'm gonna use Steve McRae to prevent this strong atheism, weak atheism from making sense, because his paper shows that it doesn't make sense unless you grant strong theism, weak theism, and weak theism and weak atheism will both map to agnostic.
The whole thing falls like, I believe how it leads to a semantic collapse, the way he's thinking about it, because then you can't be an atheist unless you believe there is no God.
Exactly. And if you just if you're just not convinced, either way, you could be an atheist and a theist at the same time.
Yeah, see, I don't see how you can get to that category. How can you slide over from, you can be atheist and agnostic at the same time, right?
Yes.
So how do you cross over from agnostic and theist at the same time?
Oh, well, you can be agnostic and theist at the same time too.
Right, but where's the crossover? What's right in between, huh?
It's completely overlapped. So if you're just a weak theist, you're not convinced there's no God, then that's a lack of belief, and you fall into agnostic.
But so then, how do you become an atheist agnostic?
You disbelieve in a God. So not this God. Yeah, if you have lack of belief in a God, will make you a weak atheist, and if you have a lack of belief in no God, that would make you a weak theist. But both would be agnostic.
Oh, so theistic as defined by an opposition to atheistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that works. I mean, that's where he's getting the semantic collapse from.
Yeah, exactly. So if you just lack of belief in no God, that will make you a theist. But it's also a lack of belief.
It turns atheism into a proposition.
Exactly. Otherwise, you get this semantic collapse. Atheism has to be a proposition.
Then I still don't see how you can get a weak theist. You're still an atheist then.
Weak theist would be from the lack of belief in no God. And yeah, if you're just not convinced that there are no gods, that make you weak theist.
That's an atheist. It's still an atheist.
An atheist is a lack of belief in gods.
Because the only way you can be an atheist, by the way you're describing, is if you assert there are no gods.
Correct. But
that's not atheism. All atheism is you're not convinced that there are gods.
Okay.
So you've deleted weak atheism.
Yeah, because if you allow for weak atheism, you must allow for weak theism too.
I don't believe that.
Even no gods will make you a weak theist. So, and agnostic could be both an atheist and a theist at the same time.
I think that's what causes the semantic collapse. Is Correct. When you assume the premise that in order to have weak atheism, you must have weak theism. I don't think that's true.
Why wouldn't it be true?
Because then there's no such thing as atheism except strong atheism.
Correct.
So there's no category of person who doesn't buy it.
Yeah, that's what the philosophers say. That's how they use the term atheist in academia.
You're a good user, Hank. Shout out to you.
Then there can only be agnostic people in the middle. You can't be agnostic theist.
Why can't you have the lack of belief in no gods?
You can, but that's not what theism is.
Why can't why? Yeah, you can find theism that way. Let's go to the square. We have the tree table. Let's scroll down. So,
Theism is the belief or acknowledgement of the existence of a god. Anything other than that is agnosticism and atheism. So atheism includes all of agnosticism. All the way up until the person who's just barely not sure whether or not there's a God.
oh, okay.
That's all atheistic. Theistic is the belief in a God.
Oh,
So atheism can only be a response to the theistic claim. If we create this whole other atheistic claim, then it has to be strong atheism by definition. There can be no weak atheism. There can be no weak atheistic agnosticism. It has to be an assertion to the positive. It has to be the belief that there are no gods.
exactly.
All right. Well, that's just not how I would define an atheist.
Oh, okay. So, who is that?
That's God.
There you go. Welcome to theism.
Right. But I'm a strong atheist. I'm a strong anti-theist.
Not anymore.
So I think your definition there, if you use it that way, it's not a very good one. It's not a descriptive one. It may be clever in some kind of logical debate, but it's not a good way to communicate information.
No, I accepted your definition, and that would make you a theist now, because you saw God.
But I'm a strong anti-theist.
Well, you may have performed a contradiction.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, we'll let the audience decide for now. So this performance square pretty much goes over in a pure logic form of negating against the propositions, which is why you can get to atheism and theism. You can approach agnostic from both atheism and theism.
If you're saying you don't know what kind of God there is, then yes.
Yeah.
But you still have to believe in a God to be a theist. So that would be an entirely different relationship than the one we've been discussing for 10 to 15 minutes now. So you can be an agnostic theist, but that means that you believe there is a God, you know there's a God, you just don't know what it is. That's an agnostic theist.
What do you mean by believing?
What are you doing here?
You believe that one exists.
Like, what if you saw one?
You might be convinced, you know. I guess it depends on how much you trust your own senses. I don't understand the question.
Okay.
You asking me would I start believing?
Well, wouldn't that be more than enough if you saw one? I don't. Believing or not,
I don't know. Maybe I'd like to think no. I mean, I've done a lot of acid and shrooms and shit like that, so peyote. I'd like to think no, that just seeing something isn't going to convince me that it's real. But I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Like, especially what would make me think it's a god? It could be such an overwhelming presence that I just immediately become a theist and fall to my knees.
Yeah, but that's why I have this catchphrase, atheist peekaboo champs, because you can show them God, they can identify it and say, "No, I don't believe it." So,
Well, I believe in God as much as I believe in Spider-Man.
that's more than enough for me.
That doesn't make me like I don't believe Spider-Man actually has supernatural powers and can rescue me. He exists physically in the world. And I admit Spider-Man has power too. I see like generation after generation of children emulating him and wishing to be him and idolizing him, reading about his philosophy, but it's still fictional. So I can admit that God exists and that it's powerful and that it's man-made, but that doesn't make me a theist.
Well, the way I use the term, it would make you a theist. But you could disagree. It's just I'll say it's peekaboo because you can see.
Then there's no such thing as an atheist.
Oh, you're getting it. Yeah, you're getting it now. Which is why I will win this debate.
Okay.
Yeah, so you actually understand why we'll win this debate.
Well, you can't be an atheist. So what's your answer about, like, can you be an atheist and say gods exist in any context? Your answer is no, right?
Affirmative. My answer is no.
I would argue that's a much easier position to win. I agree with you.
Yes, this when it comes to debate, the resolution is very important. That's like the one. That's probably the most important thing in the debate. You get the resolution right. That's why Andrew Wilson crushes his debates because
he's terrible at debating.
He spends a lot of time thinking about that resolution.
He argues with 20-year-olds on feminists like who haven't even finished college and never had a real job in their lives, and he's not even good at beating them.
Matt Dillahunty rage quit when he was out there.
I'd have to see it. I might rage quit too. He's an idiot. Andrew Wilson's an idiot. He can be very frustrating in his idiocy. He's not good at arguing. He goes straight to just attacking people when he can't. Like when he makes these premises, he asserts them as though they're true, and they're blatantly not true. And if you can't understand how it's true, then you're just stupid. And that's how he explains it too. He doesn't bother breaking it down. He can't communicate it to another human being in a way that makes sense. So he just calls you dumb.
You want to see a snippet of Matt Dillahunty running from the Andrew Wilson in that conference, the Monday debate conference.
At where?
Yeah, Matt Dillahunty rage quit from the debate with Andrew Wilson and Monday debate conference. You might watch that.
Yeah, if it's under 4 minutes, I would.
Yeah. This is the one. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, I'm gonna make this full screen at that. And then I'm gonna make it full screen from there, I think. Was this good enough? Let's make it full screen over here too.
Nice.
The volume.
Hey, James, I just sent you a message.
All right. We are going to kick it into an open discussion. So 50 minutes and let's kick it.
It's the most replayed part, of course.
I'm not going to sit here and dignify the preparation that I went through and what people were here for.
You're so indignant.
Keep interrupting me.
I am.
Okay.
You're so indignant.
Would the moderator like to step in so that I can finish what I'm saying?
Please, Matt. Please. How dare someone have an opposing worldview?
I'm not going to sit here and dignify what was supposed to be a debate about Christianity versus secular humanism, which one's better for the world,
Yes.
with someone who clearly showed up with an agenda that has nothing to do with that.
I just laid
Someone who
Why is he saying that?
trans people as
And why does he keep?
lunatics who will self-terminate if you dare to question them.
How am I wrong, Matt?
Someone who misrepresents a quote from a debate where I said I wouldn't make a law about 9-year-olds having sex being legal with respect to the 9-year-olds, not that I was in any way in favor of it, and that I was actually opposed to it, which I addressed during that debate. But moreover, this is not remotely an honest interaction on the front of whether or not secular humanism is valuable. Because this, when he presented his position here, has nothing to do with secular humanism. From the get-go, it's all about me. Matt thinks. Matt thinks. I'm giving what Matt thinks. What Matt thinks. What Matt thinks. What Matt thinks.
Matt's position.
I came in with the Secular Humanist Manifesto. I came in with positions that aren't just that aren't merely my position.
Oh, well, as long as multiple people hold the position, it
This
makes it
guy's
valid.
not serious, and I'm leaving. James, if you want a refund, you
Well,
let me
good
know.
day, sir. And I'll cover your refund, Mr. Matt.
He just said he'd cover my
I
refund.
would cover his refund.
No. Nope. Nope. No, I'm not going to dignify a debate with someone who walks in to trash talk people and be smug and all of the things that he's doing right now. He's already said he will cover my expense. You don't have anything to worry about. This debate is over. Goodbye,
Goodbye.
jackass.
Did you call me a jackass, Matt? Well, you and your husband have a good day, Matt. Have a wonderful day, Matt.
So I linked the rest of the debate in the public chat. You can watch for yourself the opening statements. But Andrew's opening statement triggered Matt Dillahunty.
Did Matt talk over him during his opening statement?
No, neither of them talked over each other.
They did. He did talk over him.
No, neither of them talked over each other during the opening statements. That was when they started the second.
Oh, so Matt went first.
Who went first? Yeah, Matt went first. Matt went first, then Andrew went, then Matt was triggered when they did the back and forth section because it's Andrew's opening statement. Oh, Steve McRae's here.
I know.
Yeah, the Pope of agnosticism. So we're still doing the debate.
The Holy Pope.
Yes, the Holy Pope of agnosticism. So we're still working on the debate prep. I'm still writing out the definitions. I'll show you what. I have shared.
This is the if you accept my premise of and limited and circular definition of atheism, then atheism doesn't exist, guy? Or is that just you? Are you the one who takes that?
No, this
position?
is a guy I'm going to cite. So I even have his paper in the references right now. So how the presumption of atheism by the way of semitonic square of opposition leads to a semantic collapse. So I'm going to cite his paper as part of this debate. Yes.
So once the guy on Discord accepts your definition, he's screwed. What if he doesn't?
Oh, okay. Then he has to fight for his own definition.
Oh, okay. So basically the conversation we just had.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Yeah, that could be interesting.
Yeah. So he has to fight for his own definition why it makes more sense than mine. But here's the thing: I'm gonna present a coherent narrative, and if his narrative doesn't make as much sense as mine, then I'm just gonna go with mine.
Right. Of course.
And Steve's paper is gonna be that banana pill. So when he tries to go for weak atheism, I go for weak theism and collapse the square. Then we have to default back to my definitions again. And if we go with my definitions, then he loses. Also, if he can identify God, he makes performative contradiction. He loses still. And I actually have a game for that too, because we'll go from I'll have a book of examples, and they'll increasingly reference this universe more, and we'll eventually point to someone that's alive today, that's worshipped, that they could see themselves, see in concert, and then they either have to acknowledge that, okay, they meet my definition of God, or they just play peekaboo and reject something that's clearly right in front of them. And they may not lose, but they will embarrass themselves. I'll just say it's peekaboo.
Yeah, I encourage atheists to, think of God in the literary sense.
Yes, but they could do that.
I would say that doesn't make them theists, like you would say, but it's still it's good to acknowledge that God is real.
Yeah, but if they do that and they happen to be monist, then they lose because everything will have to have the same substrate, therefore have a distance from each other. There will be entities to each other, or you can use go like Ozian talks. He is Ozian talks would say that the only thing that exists are simples, so technically we wouldn't exist because only the particles that make us would exist because we're abstractions. So you can go one of those two routes. Either gods exist because we're the same substrate and we exist, or gods don't exist and we also don't exist. So you can go either way, but that doesn't get you a win.
Well, the concept of a god exists.
Yes, but the concept
they're just technically not gods because they can't do any of the things that gods are supposed to be able to do.
Well, the problem is that the Greek gods wouldn't be gods either because they're not omnipotent. So what do you call them?
Right. Literally speaking, you have to call them gods. What else could you call them?
Exactly. But yeah, that's what I have so far, Steve.
Which is why I would say you can be an atheist and say gods exist.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Sure it does. You're literally accepting the existence of the concept of gods, and like Neptune exists in the hearts and minds of men, but he's not. Doesn't have any superpowers. He's just a character, a comic book character, like Spider-Man. Spider-Man exists. He's just man-made. And he can't actually, swing between real buildings in the real world with his web. He can do it in the books.
You're a good user, Hank.
I'm a panel host. I'm the best possible user on this stream.
How was my panel?
It was good enough.
When do you want to come back?
I'm preparing for a debate.
And most people say my panels are the best lately. I was restreaming on someone else's channel with a full 10 panel, and they all say I have the best channel.
So here's some realizations I had, which will kind of end this concept object distinction. I said object and concept are actually synonyms, but concept is a derogatory form used to degrade alternate hypotheses. So that's what I realized when I was talking to Bill Gates.
Well, it doesn't have to degrade them unless you think the degradation is from something that you believe exists to something that you don't believe exists. I would think when you're thinking in abstract terms, concepts are the most valuable type of object. And God could fall into that context as well.
Yes. So in my model, God
He
will be
didn't create everything. He didn't start the universe. He doesn't listen to my prayers. He didn't make Adam and Eve. That's all make-believe.
yeah. But if we made God, then we have God now.
Yes.
Yes. And the using John told me to punch him in the face.
They tell me to do what?
Definitionally, he's not a god.
Is 3,000 an unlucky number in the Bible? Mixfit says 3,000 is an unlucky number in the Bible.
Oh, it looks like Brandon stopped restreaming.
Mm-hmm.
How did I show a comment? Is that the same thing as hide? Oh, yes. Where was I? The cops are the same thing. Mention what I need.
There you go, buddy.
No, not sure. So I need. I think I'll need technology, religion, science. So technology is going to be the process for detecting events in the universe. No, I don't need technology for this one. Do I need religion for this one? No, I don't need that. I'll need science for this one. Science of presentation. So I need God. Actually, I may need religion for this one. God, object of worship. I need to find worship. Worship will be reverence and dedication to.
On me.
Dedication to. Definition: object, location, entity, time, context. I'll need nothing. The background. Do I need religion technology? I think I should define them, but I say I have a feeling that I'm okay with the thing going to Reese as long as I get my presentation out first. Because once everything's out there, I pretty much have a map back to my conclusion. So I might as well just dump religion and technology out there.
Say again.
I'm thinking about not having religion and technology as part of my definitions, but once I dump everything out, I just need a map to find my way back to my conclusion. So I might as well have them out there so they could wander around the weeds, as long as I can just walk them back to my conclusion. I don't need them. I'll put them there for now, but I'll probably remove them. It's annoying, but the thing don't light up. I'm hosting. Authenticate. I don't care to authenticate. It's general. Audio avatars. Oh, our avatars still light up. Just don't light up when I have it in this view.
What will you do with 25 people on your panel?
Say again?
What will you do with 25 people on your panel?
So I can present 10 people at the same time. So I'll just rotate people in and out.
When there's 10 people, I won't even get a chance to talk.
Yes. I don't. No, I don't. I don't need religion or technology. I don't need either of those. Because all we need to do is identify the object. So we don't need anything to do with religion or technology. We just need to point to God, which is pretty much if we can point to a God, I win. Yeah, if I can point to a God and we can say that the God exists in the same substrate, I win the debate. So I don't need either of those definitions.
What, for God?
I don't need religion or technology for this debate. I don't need those definitions. But yeah, for God to have object of worship, and worship is reverence or dedication to. So an object that reverence or dedication to would be a God. And they can make the argument, well, it's not an entity, but if they're monist, then and we know it exists, then it has to be an entity. If we could see it and you're a monist, it has to be an entity. It just follows from the definition.
Well, I would say it could be an object without being an entity.
Yes, it can be an object without being an entity. But if we can see or touch it, then it is an entity. So what else? I know I need that fictional theism paper by what's his name? Sorensen. Let me open that. Yeah, Sorensen 2015. Let's open that. Roy Sorensen. Let me open that paper real quick. So I'm going to need to reference this Fictional Theism by Roy Sorensen. And I actually got some debate prep. I got some coaching from Kane Baker for this debate. And he actually told me I should look at Russell as well. So I'm going to check Russell because that's where most of the counter arguments will come from. And my position in philosophy is called creationism. It has two variants though. But basically, if we create gods, then we have gods.
Yeah, but they're not actual gods. Like the real answer to the question you asked when you said, "What is this?" and I said, "God." The actual answer, as far as determining what's real and not whether or not you've won a semantical argument, is that's a cartoon representation and drawing of the Abraham
all about
God.
cartoons.
Not that it's actually God, because it wasn't actually God.
Oh,
it was just a drawing of God.
Oh, okay. So my question there is, what is your test for divinity? How would you know an actual God when you see one?
All-knowing, all-powerful.
So if you saw, Yog-Sothoth from that Cthulhu mythos, that would not be God, even though it's more powerful, far beyond your comprehension.
Well, if it's more powerful than beyond my comprehension, then I can't comprehend the answer to that question.
Exactly. So you would not be able to tell the difference whether it's all powerful or not. but you define God as all powerful. So
I couldn't know for sure.
yeah. So pretty much you wouldn't know a God when you saw one using your test with divinity. So you might as well use my test.
Which is
Object of worship. So basically you have to identify the object and you check the anthropological record for it being worshipped.
then Elvis is God. My penis is God.
Yes. I don't.
So then God is meaningless then.
No, it's meaningful in an anthropological context. But you wouldn't know what God is if you saw one, so you might as well use my definition.
This has nothing to do with theism. You do understand that, right?
Well, I'm the theist.
I mean, even if you have a desire to rewrite it as theism, it's not.
Well, I'm the theist here, so I'll be the judge of that. Don't you think?
No.
Oh, okay. So I shouldn't be able to define my own position.
Sure you can. I just said that. You
But
can call it theism as much as you want. You just must understand it's not anything that has ever been theism before.
Well, this paper here by Roy Swordson, did I open it yet?
And there's no such thing as an atheist. All an atheist is a person who can't read and doesn't understand English. So, I mean, I get that that's like what you would like, right? So if you create your own definitions and you create your own structure for logic, you can make anything you want be true. Unfortunately, it's nonsensical. It's not going to, and it's more, I would say more importantly, it's not going to communicate any actual ideas, right? Which should be the purpose of conversation. But, debate doesn't really interest me, so perhaps I'm missing the whole point.
So pretty much what the base for is pretty much we present our presentations and you try and make your idea look, I guess, coherent as possible. Then we both poke holes in each other's ideas to see if they fall apart.
But this is sophistry, though.
All debate sophistry.
Okay. I won't argue with that.
Yeah. So this academic paper, will show that theism, the way I use it, is about where to use the word.
But then there's no such thing as an atheist.
Well, sure there is. There's people who claim to be atheists and they'll just play peekaboo and just say, well, I see God.
Right, retarded people. Retarded people in denial.
Yes.
Okay, so then there says nothing about the position about the existence of a powerful being, of a theistic God, of an actual God. Something that can control your lives, can see the outcomes before they happen.
Welcome, Kaizo.
Whether or not you should find a structure for objective morality. Sup, Kaizo?
Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good?
Hey, Kaizo.
Hey, Looney Tunes. How are you doing, Brandon?
Looney Tune character?
Yeah, mine is what's his name? The Roadrunner.
That's my favorite.
Uh oh.
So you'll be a good user to come to my panel then.
Yeah, I'll come down your panel this week. I just came from another panel. We're talking about Trump. Yeah, but that's a whole separate conversation. Yeah, so this is kind of
panel we streaming.
Nice.
But I be streaming this panel every day until it goes X-rated.
Yeah, we're not going X-ray today. I mean, I don't have enough just X-ray supporting targets. I only have Twitter right now, so we're not going X-rated. In fact, this is going to be the nerdiest panel you've been on all week. And that includes yours. It's going to be nerdier than yours, Brandon.
What?
My panel's more nerdy than your panels.
I still have old school cartoons on my panels.
Yes, and we're reading little academic documents here. Oh, still found my cursor. Interesting. So,
Can you scroll down on that?
absolutely.
That was a little too fast.
Oh, let's go slower then. Maybe I should just read it out. So Ludwig Feuerbach Jr., the Scientific Creation Society, sign me up. Administration's officer, not so fast. Only those capable of making a scientific contribution are eligible. So L is going to be Ludwig, and A is going to be administration. It's going to be a conversation. So
Go
L,
to the
do you have a page you want to get to? Do you have a copy of it? Actually,
not according to the logic of the creation relation.
Yeah, not the logic of creation relation. Oh, okay.
So I
Create
don't
is the
understand
two.
what that is.
Oh, yeah. Create is a two-place relation requiring the existence of a creator and its creation. Schaefer, 2009, 3-5. Now I'm going to copy that because I probably need that. Probably won't. Administration says that is topsy-turvy creationism. You put people on top and God at the bottom. And Ludwig said, creators need not overshadow their creations. The 7 wonders of the world are creations. The administration says fictions are trivial. Religion is important. And Ludwig says, fortunes and fates turn on legal fictions. The Scientific Creation Society itself is a corporation. The society's status as a legal person is crucial for its business purposes. The administration says, admittedly, I serve the Scientific Creation Society because I believe in it, but maybe this reduces beliefs about its members and their activities. Reduces to beliefs about its members and their activities. Levick says, well, good luck on that reduction.
Yeah, see,
Members,
once he gets to L is where it all falls apart. Here.
yeah, members come and go. Societies evolve or develop. And
No, and there's still the contrast between fiction and reality. If you believe that a god is fictional character, then you are an atheist. That's correct. But he says no, an atheist that believes God does not exist. That's just a deliberate, obtuse semantical misunderstanding of what the word atheist means. It's deliberately obtuse. Because those people don't exist. There's no such thing as an atheist. It's a completely useless word that describes nothing. There's nowhere, like, you'd have to find a child that was raised by wolves to find an actual atheist.
I'm sure actual atheists must exist. There's why actual atheists. I mean, flat earthers exist.
Not by this definition, though, because that would mean a person who believes no one has ever thought of God. No atheist believes that.
That's probably. Yep, we can look for one. I'm sure there's someone that believes that. People who have strange ideas.
Okay, well, I mean, that person has a mental illness and really shouldn't be used as a basis for a logical debate, I would argue.
Well, some atheists say all theists are mentally ill, so touche, I guess.
I mean, sure, if you redefine atheist as a small subset of people who don't even know that there's a concept of a god, then sure. Then you've just made atheists into retards.
I could be cheeky and say atheists made themselves into retards, but I won't.
I mean, if they are people who literally don't deny the concept of God, then yes, they made themselves retards. You're still holding an empty sack in your theology, in your theism sack. There's nothing in there.
How long will the stream last?
Twice says it doesn't last.
What he said?
It ends when I said it does.
Okay.
You're free to leave though.
You're a pretty good user, Hank.
I'm the best possible user on the stream because I'm the administrator. I'm running it, so.
It looks like you work out and stuff.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I'm trying to cut some weight a little bit because I'm a little too heavy. I'm a little too close to 200 pounds. I'm gonna try to cut back down to 190 because of this. The weights are starting to hurt my feet, so I'm actually gonna do more squats so I can straighten that up. Then I'm gonna eat more salads so I can cut some more weight because I'm a little too close with 200.
And what is your AGE?
AGE, I don't know what it is. I don't know what my AGE is.
Age?
Oh, age 32 years.
32. If you did workout videos on your channel, I would have gave you a shout out.
I'm working on my mind right now. I'm getting ready for a debate.
You have pretty good panels.
Yep. And the disruptors are totally afraid of me. That's why they're not even showing up. They can see I'm streaming. They're not even knocking at the door because they know I rule these things with an iron fist and steel toe boots.
I could tell you if I were in my early 30s, I might rage quit on you if you brought this argument to me.
And what is your AGE, Dennis?
I'm in my early 40s, which means I just concede that I'm a theist, and we can move on to talking about pizza. So even though I'm a person who believes there is no God and is happy about it, I'm still a theist, according to Hank. So whatever that gets you, let's go have dinner. It's time for wine.
It gets me to pizza.
It gets you to pizza, exactly. Success.
Yeah, I can't lose here.
Success.
I can't lose here.
Well, I mean, if it were me now, I wouldn't accept your definitions. I wouldn't agree to the debate under these terms. Or I would agree with it with the foreknowledge that I was just going to agree to your ridiculous labeling of theist in order to mock it and, totally lose the debate on purpose, in other words, praising how wonderful your argumentation is.
Excellent. Yeah, that'd be perfectly fine for me.
So I want to see, is this only on Discord?
I'm going to restream it when it
Okay.
happens. So it's going to be on YouTube as well.
And we'll be able to see everybody else?
Yes.
Okay.
You do have a playlist of you on other panels.
Yes, it's very long right now. I didn't even get all the Enslavia ones yet. Maybe I'll have Tommy do it.
Does your panel usually go X-rated?
No.
What the fuck?
We're streaming to YouTube, so if it goes X-ray, they'll just yank the video down.
Oh.
Have you ever seen an X-rated YouTube stream?
I haven't. In fact, I haven't seen an X-rated panel discussion, even in porn.
What about you, Brennan?
I got on all panels trying to get the 4K by the end of the month.
But you've been on some X-rated ones?
Uh-huh.
And
Then
what
my
made them
subconscious-
X-rated?
Just the foul the bad words.
Bad words don't make it X-rated. That gets to like PG-13 at most.
You
I
mean
usually
words
watch-
describing sexual acts?
I usually restream on Jen's panel until there's more people show up.
I guess with words you can get all the way up to NC-17, but after that you need actual acts to get to a next rating.
Are you in porn, Brendan? Do you do porn?
No, my channel is families. My channel is for all ages.
Yeah, but do you do porn on the side, like off of YouTube?
No. Oh, how often do you work out anyway, Hank?
Every day.
Oh, your arms.
Yep. Yeah, every single day. I work logistics too, so I move a lot of stuff around.
Yeah, I have to see your arms.
Yeah. Do you work, Brandon?
Not really. Shout out to you, Hank. Shout out to you, Hank.
Summer's actually a good time to get a job in logistics. So, if you want some work, you could just go ahead and look for ads on, guess Amazon, UPS, USPS, and FedEx's websites. So, summer's actually a good time to get into logistics because the shifts are shorter.
If we didn't talk any Christian stuff, I probably would still be restreaming this.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't matter to me if you restream it because this is for my debate prep. If literally no one showed up, I could still prepare for the debate. Plus, I haven't done a panel in a while.
I do go on some black. Out of the black users panels I've been on, you're probably my favorite one.
Excellent. So I have the best black panels. Well, I guess Kaiser in part does better black panels than I do. Kaiser.
This panel's peaceful, Hank. I might give you a shout out.
Well, pretty much everyone who would want to make war with me knows they wouldn't win here. I'll let them say whatever they want, but then I don't know. Let's just wait till they come. I'll show you what happens. We'll wait till they come in. I'll show you what happens to them. It won't be pretty for them, though. I can guarantee that. So, where were we? So we were at no. Atheist believes that God does not exist. Fictional characters exist, and the society says atheists must believe that God exists in the strongest sense. And Ludwig says, "I do, for there is only one sense of exist. Once something exists, it cannot exist more than any other existing thing. Fictional characters exist exactly as much as you or I do. You or I." The society says, "For you, God is not a god. He lacks the customary powers and roles," which was Denison's argument. And
Which is what an atheist is.
yes, and Ludwig says that's why the Romans believed the Christians were atheists. The Christian God lacked the profile of the Olympic gods imported from Greece. He was incongruent with the gods of other cultures incorporated into the empire. For the Romans, a god had to play a communal role in legitimating the state. The Christians denied and disparaged all the paradigm gods. The anti-social being they named God was not a god. The administration says, admittedly, the Roman persecutors of the godless Christians were too narrow, but the existence of a mistaken requirement is compatible with correct requirements. And Levick said, such as administration says God must be an agent, a category that excludes fictional characters. Levick says religious metaphysics is flexible. The Egyptians worshipped cats. The Indonesians worshipped the phallus, historically an international favorite. The Mongols worshipped the sky.
But considered none of them gods.
Well, they would consider them gods. So maybe you just have different gods than they do. So they would say that
they worship things that they don't consider a god.
Well, we could ask them. So yeah, even
like the penis is an actual god.
Yeah, and Indonesians would say that.
They wouldn't say that it's a god.
We should ask them then. Or we could check the anthropological record. In fact, I would strongly just recommend it. We could just search the anthropological record and see if there's references to worship the phallus.
Well, I'm sure they do worship the phallus, but that doesn't make it a god.
Well, per our definition of God, it is.
Anything that can be worshipped as a god?
Yes. Well, anything that is worshipped is a god.
Meh.
So, yeah. Even Christians are flexible about the agency requirement. They identify God with Jesus and admit that Jesus began as a fertilized egg. Jesus' agency grew from this 0 point and only slowly. When Jesus was a baby, he did little more than follow his crib. The administration says if you forsake a categorical restriction, then anything goes. People could worship rocks. And Levick says arguably they do. Nature worshippers frequently focus on impressive rocks such as the Uluru.
Which wouldn't make rocks a god, though.
It wouldn't make rocks a god?
Right. It proves that just merely worshipping something doesn't make it a god.
Oh, why's your test with divinity then?
I don't have a test.
Then you might as well use my test, since I do have a test.
Yeah, but your test doesn't prove anything, so it's useless.
Well, no, my test identifies whether an object is a god or not. You don't have a test at all, so we might.
Yeah, but without any divinity. No, it's not whether or not something is actually a god. It's just whether or not something is your category of god.
So without a test with divinity, how do you know something's divine?
Definitionally? Or if I meet God?
In any sense, if we don't have a test for something being a god, how do you know it's a god?
I wouldn't know.
Exactly. You wouldn't know.
But you still wouldn't know either. You would just call it a god anyway.
No, I do know.
No, you don't. You don't know if it's divine.
Yeah, I do. Pretty much. We'll check if it's worship. So we need to identify as an object. Can I imagine or draw it? Then I'll check if it's worship. We'll go query the anthropological record for worship. And if it meets those two criteria, it's a god.
Now, merely worshiping something doesn't make it a god.
How would you know?
Because you can worship things that aren't divine.
But you said you don't know what is divine. You have no test.
I have no way of testing now.
Then we might as well go with my test since I have a coherent criteria we can repeat Mine.
Well, you just changed the word of divine to be limited to your test.
Well, at least I defined it. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't care. You're not measuring anything.
Yeah, we're going to measure references in the anthropological record to check if it's worshipped.
We already have a word for that. It's called worship.
Yeah, a god's something, an object that is worshipped. So
No, because objects that can be worshipped aren't necessarily divine. God has to be a divine. It's a deity.
Yeah.
It's supernatural, but in existence.
No, we don't. I don't define supernatural because it doesn't make any coherent sense. If the thing,
That's why you're an atheist.
I'm an
What's an atheist?
Yeah,
You're,
what is an atheist?
you're actually a strong atheist.
What's an
Yeah,
atheist?
I'm a strong atheist that believes in gods. That makes perfect sense.
But you don't have an actual belief in God.
Oh,
You don't believe in the supernatural, which is what makes you an atheist by definition.
What's an atheist anyway?
Yeah, Dennis,
Someone without a belief in God.
Yep. I'm username John McSmith was talking dirty about me, telling me to punch her mom in the face and give her.
Well,
He told me.
well, you can't. You separate our streams, so I can't do anything about it.
Yes, that's why I'm going on these kinds of panels more often because of that. Because of McSmith. He wants me to take off all my clothes.
All right, tell him no.
He wants
Ban
me to
him.
take off all my mom's clothes.
All right, tell him no.
Hide him and ban him.
Yeah, tie him and
Slugger
ban
did-
him, or just tell him
Slugger
no.
did-
Or tell him
Slugger
to
did that.
Yeah,
That's why I'm calling on these kinds of panels a lot more because of that.
yeah.
Is 3,000 a lucky number in the Bible?
I don't care.
McSmith is assaulting me because 3,000. He said 3,000 is an unlucky number in the Bible.
Well, I don't care what he has to say.
You're pretty good. So out of the black users I've been on, you're probably my new favorite black user.
Even more than Kaizo. I don't believe it.
Kaiser blocked me. Kaiser abandoned me from Kaiser's panel. I was on there, but it was he pretty much kicked me out.
Oh, he'll probably let you back on then.
Yes. I do go on Scissor's Barbitude Network's panel a lot. He got paid $50 to kick me out.
Who got paid $50 to kick you out? Was it Speakeasy?
Yes, Sis got paid $50 to kick me out every time I go on there for a little bit.
Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, usually when I get kicked off Flow State, I just buy myself back up, and it's only like $5 or $10.
Flossie kicks me out for free because he says he kicks me out when he says it's about to go X-rated now.
Wow, I've never seen a Flow State panel go X-rated, so
I still don't know what X-rated means, per his definition.
yeah, what does X-rated mean per your definition, Brandon?
X-rated means porn.
Oh,
And it was about to go NC-17 rated. That's why he kicked me out.
well, NC-17 is not X.
Adults only.
Nope, 17 teenagers. Teen Gohan's a teenager.
Flossie came to my panel and he said it was the best panel he's ever been on.
He would never say that. He strongly believes that his panels are the best panels. He would never say that.
Well, I kind of like you. I kind of like your panels.
I like my panels too.
If you were not, if you wasn't talking about Bible stuff, I probably would still be restreaming this.
Well, that's your prerogative.
I usually saw old school cartoons on my streams.
That's correct. You do.
Yes, and your favorite's my Kansas' favorite character is the same as me.
I heard.
Your favorite's Wile E. Coyote.
Yes. I also like Foghorn Leghorn.
Can you even talk like Wile E. Coyote?
I haven't practiced.
What about Foghorn Leghorn?
I say the disruptors are afraid of coming out here. I know they'll get pow right in the kisser.
And your arms look pretty nice.
I agree.
I do like to see better look on your arms.
Maybe I'll do an arm stream like on Tuesday. Depends when the debate is.
Yeah, I used to do a posing stream as well. Watch some cartoons.
So where were we? Let's go with what Lug would say it again. Arguably, nature worship frequently focus on impressive rocks such as Uluru, renamed Ayers Rock by the Australian explorers. In any case, fictional characters or abstract entities. Many theologians characterize God as abstract, yes, no position in space and time. Oh, I see a thread that could be attacked on. Okay. I need to get ready for that. I'm gonna highlight that. That may that could sink me. Yeah, highlight that because that's okay. But these abstractions at least assign God the status of necessary being. You make God a contingent abstract being, such as the singleton set. Lubbock says that Buckingham, professor of logic at Oxford, is not aggrandizing himself when he characterizes himself as a necessary being. Effort, I don't know how to pronounce it. 2010. Mormons are not demeaning God when they claim he began as a man and evolved into a god. The administration says, "Look, I admit people are inventive, but that degree of creativity is anarchical. If anything I dream up is correct, then nothing is correct. Religion is not unrestrained fantasy." Okay, I may have to define religion. Do I need to define? No. Lubbock says it never said it was. The logic of this creation precludes God from creating himself. Furthermore, stories can be misread and misremembered. That is enough for the appearance reality distinction. It also explains the Mandela effect. Let me check. I need to check something real quick. Oh, you're noisy in the background.
What? Sorry, it's hot in here.
Oh, okay. That should be fine then. Let me go back to it.
Hi.
Let me check your settings. No, I'm already reducing background noise and doing echo cancellation. It should be fine. Wait. We'll see how it goes. Okay. So the administration says, still, you must be alarmed that the proof of God's existence can be adapted to prove the existence of any fictional character. And Levick says, observe how calmly I deduce the existence of another fictional character. C.K. Chesterton created the Father Brown of his detective stories, ergo Brother Brown exists. And answering this priest is just a theoretical entity cited by literary critics. Let's go down. So Levick agreed, but your just is unjust. We concrete entities who have a position in space and time should not be prejudiced against abstract entities who are benefit of these who are bereft of these coordinates. And if you're a monist, I'm not sure abstract entities can exist. So I actually need to know what abstract entity means. How abstract entity is defined. But Dennison, are you still on the line? Do you know how would you define an abstract entity?
An entity that exists primarily in the mind.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down. Yeah. The problem for me is, since I'm an idealist, I would say all entities exist primarily in the mind because all objects all entities exist primarily in the mind.
Yeah, but by that definition, everything can be abstract. So even things that are not exclusively abstract can also be abstract.
Yeah.
So a banana exists, but the concept of a banana also exists.
Yeah. Yeah, so as a monist, I would probably reject that definition of abstract entity. Maybe I may need that definition for time though. Well, no, I have time to have more than one location. Okay, I think I may be able to redefine abstract entity. Abstract entities or entities that have more than one location. So, like a car would be an abstract entity because there's more than one car.
Well, a car can be an abstract entity in general.
Yeah.
But my car is not.
Exactly.
It's right outside this window here.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I decide. That's how I define an abstract entity. Or yeah. So I define abstract entity as an entity with more than one location.
So without a physical presence.
No, it has more than one physical presence. So yeah, car in general would be more than just one particular car. Be all every object that meets the definition of car. So we covered something. That's a definition I wouldn't have if I didn't have the stream. So we actually got something done. So we define abstract entity, and then with more than one location, that's gonna be very useful. So where were we? So the the Scientific Creation Society is not a concretist, sexist, or exist for any X. We are open to spirits and whatever else explains the phenomena. So Levick says fictional characters passed that test. They were positioned by logicians to codify inferences. Administration says this could be a fad amongst logicians. Levick says literary theorists preceded the logicians in positioning fictional characters. The literary theorists are historically connected to religious scholars. After all, the techniques applied by literary critics were pioneered by interpreters of Old Testament stories as students learn Bible as literature courses. Administration says, too easy. Your abracadabra proof of God has all the advantages of theft over honest toil, which is what Stenison criticized me earlier for. Levick says, not guilty. Creation takes effort. Only a tiny fraction of possible characters ever became actual. My premise that Old Testament authors created God is far from trivial. My great grandfather, Ludwig Feuerbach, 1804 to 72, was persecuted for his thesis that man creates God in his own image. 1989, 118. Anthropologists have traveled the world gathering evidence for it. That is what makes my creationism scientific. The Scientific Creation Society should encourage competition between creationist hypotheses. So, administration says, amen, brother. Let us compare. Do you count yourself as much of a creationist as supporters of intelligent design? Levick says, by one measure, I'm more of a creationist. Divine design creationism only covers the physical universe. My creationism includes God himself. By another measure, admittedly, I'm less of a creationist. God did not create people. People created God. Administration says a scientific theory is falsifiable, but would count as evidence against your hypothesis. Levick says methodological evidence would overturn it. According to Otto Ezefeld, the Old Testament refers to Moloch. Do not name a god. Instead, Moloch means either a king or a sacrifice to a god. So, Crepe believes that Zeus exists, but Moloch does not exist. Administration says there's a bundle of properties that matches those attributes to Moloch. Why isn't that sufficient for Moloch's existence? Levick says because creation is a speech act, authors bring characters into existence, just as kings brings units of measurement into existence. Administration says that the stipulative model is alien to established religions. And Levick says, is it? in Genesis, we learn that in the beginning there was the Word. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God creates right and wrong by command. Why must we obey the Ten Commandments? Because of a divine command. God declaring an act is right makes it right. God delegates some of his creative power. Papal infallibility has been analyzed on analogy with unimprising. What was that word?
Umpiring.
Umpiring, yeah, umpiring. Um, Malin, Malinek 1980. The runner is out because the umpire declares him out. So too the sinner. Administration says, even so, you must acknowledge many gods: Zeus, Jupiter, Allah, Yahweh. Levick says, strictly speaking, your list invokes some double counting. Saul Crepe believes that Zeus and Jupiter exist, but allows that Romans may have coined another name for Zeus. That question is to be settled by tracing the causal chain back to the origin of the names. As an Orthodox Jew, Crepe thinks God is not fictional and is identical to Yahweh. Since Crepe believes that a single non-fictional God and a pantheon of fictional gods, you must count him as a polytheist over his protest. Levick says, turnabout is fair play. Jews tease Christians for believing in three gods: God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost. Many Jews think Catholics are actually committed to a pantheon of deities. For instance, Jesus allegates local pantheon gods were Christianized. They say that the Celtic god Bridget became Saint Bridget of Ireland. Administration says you must regard Kripke as even more of a polytheist than you. Kripke believes that gods have radically heterogeneous natures. You think all gods are fictional characters. All gods are abstract artifacts. Levick says, yes, my polytheism has the advantage of qualitative parsimony. Administration says you think the Jews, Christians, and Muslims worship the same God. Their holy books are grounded in the same Abrahamic stories. Levick says, yes, you understand me. Etymologically unites us. Administration says etymology unites them. They are not amicable enough to include fictional theists. Jews, Christians, and Muslims believe God is all-powerful, all-knowing, all-good. No fictional character has those exalted properties. Levick says those properties are predicated on the philosopher's God. Hindus' gods do not have those properties, nor does the God of the Old Testament. The philosopher's God only emerges after centuries of critical discussion, which the
Those are
God,
deists, though.
yeah, but that's the God of what's it called? That's the God of classical theism is the philosopher's God, which we can read the Bible itself that the God of the Old Testament is not the philosopher's God because he created evil. Administration says you say omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence or ascribe to God. What does ascribe mean? And Levick says ascribed properties are assigned within the story. C.K. Chesterton describes Father Brown as being drab, nearsighted, and empathetic, with a harrowing understanding of human depravity furnished by the confessional. But Father Brown is a fictional character, so is an abstract artifact rather than a human being. Administration says inscription may appeal to hucksters. Honest people stick to predication. So Levick says when the lorry driver testifies that he weighed 30,172 kilograms, the prosecutor says when the prosecutor does not say perjurer, no man can weigh that much. The driver is using a metronome. He means that he is associated with a lorry that weighs 30,173 kilograms. When a Cartesian dualist says that he weighs 35 kilograms, his colleagues will charitably interpret this mononym. The dualist thinks that he is a mind that is only associated with a body. The fictive theist says is the analog of the dualist, whereas most people say God is wise literally, just as the lorry driver says, I weigh 85 kilograms literally. No, that's literally. Yeah, God lies literally. There's a lorry driver says, I weigh 85 kilograms literally. The fictional theist says, God is wise metonomically. So, okay. Freaking the machine lies makes this look easy. Answer from the administration. So the distinction between ascription and predication just specifies the type of metronomy. Levick says there is more than taxonomy. Peter Van Enwagen introduced the inscription as a primitive relation. However, he rigorously unfurls its logical characteristics. Inscription is a three-place relation between a property, an entity, and a place of attribution, generally a literary work. This three-place structure consequently explains how fictional entities are have incompatible properties. For instance, Conan Doyle's inconsistency about the location of Watson's war wound is analyzed as a conjunction of inscriptions. A in shoulder, Watson's war wound, studied in scarlet. A in leg, Watson's war wound, sign of 4. This toleration of incompatible properties allows for the fictive theist to avoid the sophistry of and fudging that bedevils predicational theology. Administration says, I wonder whether Soren Kierkegaard would welcome this statement of inconsistency. Levick says, Ben Irwin's relectum of place also explains fictional incompleteness. Conan Doyle never specifies Watson's blood type, so we just have a conjunction of negated descriptions. Administration says, holy Molinism. Molinism. Fictional incompleteness could help explain human freedom. Wait, you're just enticing me into a fictional fantasy. The only serious way to have properties is through ordinary predication relation. And Levick says, what is your measure of serious? Rene Descartes says, took a prudent interest in being warm in the Netherlands, even though he, as a mind, had neither a temperature nor a location. When we compare Father Brown with Sherlock Holmes, we contrast their superficial properties having gray eyes, having visited Chicago, with deep similarities, being observant, independent, curious. There are also deep differences. Sherlock Holmes relies on detective prowess, whereas Father Brown employs a method of empathy, um, contouring himself into the crooked shoes of criminals. Some described properties are deeper than others. Some properties ascribed to Father Brown have more influence than the properties predicated of ordinary mortals. Administration says. So for you, there is a deep difference between Father Brown, the singleton set that came, and the singleton set containing Father Brown. And Levick says, yes, Father Brown is not ascribed with priesthood. Similarly, God is not ascribed with wisdom. The proof of God is a corollary of the proof of God. Both God and the set of God is necessary beings, but God is ontologically prior to set of God, since God follows from the principle that there is a. I don't even know how to speak this, but the bracket, yes, bracket God, the curly brace God. I'll say curly brace God. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and reread that. Yes, curly brace Father Brown is not described with priesthood. Similarly, curly brace God is not described with wisdom. The proof of curly brace God is corollary of the proof of God. Both God and curly brace God are necessary beings, but God is ontologically prior to curly brace God, since curly brace God falls from the principle that there is a set for each thing. The priority generalizations to double curly brace God, triple curly brace God, and so on. Okay. Administration says, I agree that we can rank the depths of properties within a fiction, but religion is serious business. Only predicated properties are religiously significant. Levick says, we call negative theology. Moses Maimonides maintain that the infinitude of God makes it impossible for us to attribute familiar properties to him. Refined beings must read God is wise negatively, as God is not stupid. Only the negative readings are true. Maimonides' negative theology is a predicate of ascriptional theology. Administration says, what about the positive statement God exists? Does Maimonides deny that? Levick says, since we use exists for finite beings, God exists is not true. At the same time, God does not exist as is at least misleading, as it suggests that God could not have existed in the way the present King of France could have existed. Maimonides prefers comparing God with Plato's form of the good. The ground of all beings is beyond all being. Administration says, I agree that God's infinity makes his nature difficult to describe, perhaps even infallible. What's the name? Oh my, I forgot. Ludwig says, if we can only describe God with metaphors, then you should reject the requirement of predication. You should extend the same patience ascribed to patience to ascriptional theology. And administration says, you're saying that the dispute between the theist and the atheist is that a verbal dispute turning on the ambiguity of exists?
Yes.
Yeah, Levick says, no, I follow that the father of ascriptional theology, Peter Van Engelen, and he follows W.B. Quine in regarding exists as a general rather than ambiguous. The elephant is general between African elephants and Indian elephants, but there are not distinct senses of elephant as there are for elevator. And administration says, what do they think of Maimonides' nuanced attitude towards God exists? And Ludwig says, Quine and Van Engelen deny any need for sophistication. They recoil at Maimonides' elitism. We all understand exists in virtue of our competence with the idioms of existential quantification. Elephants exist. There are elephants, and the number of elephants is at least one, or synonymous, in addition to the understanding of these sentences at a practical level. Logicians understand them at the theoretical level. That theory is accessible to college freshmen and taught to thousands of them each year, millions now. Administration says, does that make Quine and Van Engelwan co-religionists? Levick says, no, contrary to Augustine, understanding does not require belief. Quine is an atheist because he denies that there is a God. Van Engelwan is a theist because he believes that there is a God. Both men understand each other. Administration says, does Van Engelwan think God is a fictional character? Levick says no. He thinks most gods are fictional characters, but not the Christian God. Van Engelwan is predicating rather than ascribing when he says God is wise. Expressional theology is an orphan that scientific creationism should adopt. Administration says, for tax purposes, you remind me of that prophet L. Ron Hubbard. You do not get rich writing science fiction. If you want to get rich, you start a religion. Later, this science fiction author became wealthy by founding Scientology. Ooh. Levick says, actually, Scientology has trouble securing tax exemption routinely and extends to established religions. Mary Baker Eddy's Christian Scientists have fared better. Personally, I oppose all tax exemptions for religions. They set the standards of sincerity that signify the contribution of fiction. Administration says, how can you be sincere when you affirm the existence of God? Since you only subscribe called impressive properties to God, you cannot be awed by God. Levick says God can awe me in the same way that I'm awed by Gandalf in Lord of the Rings and the Force in Star Wars, as evident from the mathematically abstract entities can be sublime. Administration says you remind me of the poor Mexicans who begged the visiting star of the Passion of the Christ to perform miracles. You suffer from the same runaway emotions. When you remind yourself of the Force is fictional, your all collapses. And Levick says, emotions towards fictional characters can survive these reminders. Admittedly, the reminder often dilutes the emotion, but this delusion is not pollution, it's filtration. To enjoy a roller coaster ride, I must believe it is safe. Must believe it is a safe ride, but I must not undermine the automatic fear response elected by height, speed, sudden descents. That way, I get the thrill of fear without the distraction of full fear. Most people moderate their immersion in religious text. Administration says faith is not superstition.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, faith is not suspicion of disbelief. At the cinema, people are meant to make believe. And Levick says they rarely debrief, but the willingness to acknowledge pretense is not universal to fiction. Pioneers of realistic fiction, beginning with Daniel Defoe in Robinson Crusoe, presenting their tales as autobiography. Conventions about breaking character grew organically as they're still under cultural negotiation. As the Coen Brothers movie, Fargo was chillingly dedicated to the real victims of the crime upon which the movie is based. There was no such crime. The directors were subverting the distinction between a fictional story and a non-fictional story. Administration says fiction is all in the head of the individual, and religion is social. Levick says fan organizations crystallize around fictions. Father Brown has an international following that includes Pope Francis. Members of Chesterton Society admire both the author and his creations. Administration scales up to worship. But admiration scales up to worship. Do I have admiration? I'm going to write it. I need admiration. I'm going to put admiration to that definition of worship. There we go. That's something I also wouldn't catch if I didn't do this. So I'm going to add admiration as a synonym to worship. Where was I? Okay. Administration says, but praying to your God won't do you any good. A fictional character cannot do anything. Levick says, I agree that there is no physical causation. I actually disagree with that. But thanks to psychological causation, Father Brown entertains millions. God influences his billions in a similar way. The grief-stricken gets confronted. Cathedrals get built. Personally, I do not offer intercessory prayers. Neither do deists and Calvinists. We agree that God cannot be influenced. Our prayers are expressive, not instrumental. Okay. Administration says, but people do not venerate entities they regard as fictions. Levick says audiences are flexible. Some women fall in love with fictional characters, such as Mr. Darcy, Pride and Prejudice. Some people believe they are reincarnations of fictional characters. Administration says, I doubt they mean what they say. There is an impenetrable boundary between fiction and reality. Each man knows which side he is on. When Rene Descartes says, I think, therefore I exist, he did not worry about he might be a fictional character. Oh, this is bad. Levick says, Jackal Hinataka thinks Descartes should have worried. Hamlet thought about a great many things. Hinataka thinks it does not follow that Hamlet existed. Robert Nozick concurs, could not say any proof written into a work of fiction and presented by one of the characters, perhaps one named Descartes. Oh, okay. So yeah, he's saying that a fictional character can't think, so he should worry. Administration says, but you think Hamlet exists because Shakespeare created him? And Levick says, yes, I endorse the validity of the cognito. The argument must be evaluated within the fiction. Hintaka has the premise inside the story and the conclusion outside. That is fallacious. My only doubt about the cognito concern the confidence that properties are being predicated rather than described. The author of the non-existent object, Terence Parsons, wonders how he knows that. He is not just a fictional character. Listening to the properties associated with him is not enough, but those properties might be ascribed rather than predicated. Parsons thinks that this is just as serious as a challenge as the problem of the external world. Administration says, Perhaps non-existent objects was ghost written. If Terence Parsons himself is a fiction, then his thoughts are explained. Levick says, I hope not. I've shaken hands with Parsons. If he is fictional, then so am I. Well, that's actually not necessarily true. I mean,
Right.
he's an actor. So that's a way for the character to be fictional, yet you shook hands with him. You believe you shook hands with him. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
It means you could be though.
Yeah, it does mean you could be, but doesn't necessarily mean. But just
That you
because
are.
you're a fictional character doesn't necessarily mean that you're fictional. Like people shake hands with Mickey Mouse all the time, but it's a guy in a suit. Most of the time, as far as I can tell, we can confirm that there's people dressed as Mickey Mouse that you can shake hands with. Administration says, well, I in turn believe I've shaken hands with you. Happily, your anxiety about fictional is not infectious. The hypothesis that I am fictional is just not a live hypothesis. To borrow William James, 1987, electrical analogy, for a Muslim, the existence of the Mahdi is a real possibility that might spark belief. For non-Muslims, the existence of the Mahdi is a dead hypothesis. The hypothesis that I am a fictional character is equally dead. Levick says, well, life hypotheses are just one cultural step away. The Muslims were masters of alerting the intellectual climate of the conquered territory. Altering the intellectual climate of the conquered territory. Administration says the destination you ultimately contemplate to the deification of fictional characters is radically more distinct. I'm going to start over for the paragraph. The destination you ultimately contemplate to the deification of fictional characters is radically more distant than the journey to a third Abrahamic religion. You're off the map. The fact is that we belong to the same culture. I have no feel for how you could ritually worship a fictional character. William James' will to believe is not the will to make believe. Levick says Catholics have a feel for conversations, experiences that walk the line between fiction and reality. In The Detective, 1953, Alec Guinness plays Father Brown, who leads criminals back to the church. After filming scenes with a remote French village, the actor was walking back to his lodgings, still in costume. A little French boy took the black-robed man by the hand. Guinness tried to explain that he was only dressed as a priest, but the boy did not speak English and continued to walk contentedly holding hands. The child's trust melted Guinness's suspicion of the Catholic clergy. Father Brown had led another stray soul back to the church. Administration says credit goes to G.K. Chesterton rather than Father Brown. Levick says Chesterton converted to Catholicism after he had published stories about Father Brown. Administration says, isn't your interest in God just a nostalgia for childhood faith in a real God? Your number among the atheists who continue to attend church out of love of the ritual, songs, and community. Levick says, I'm more of a Seventh-day absentist. Most religions' services are too exclusionary. Administration says, what about the Unitarians? You know, the church with the question mark on the steeple. They believe that there is at most one God. Lubbock says Unitarians are still versus a fictional status. Um, Administration says, what about the ascetic Buddhists? Do you regard them as co-religionists? Lubbock says, hey, that is a trick question. A theist is what I am. Administration says, atheist is what I am. Wait, did you say atheist is what I am? Lubbock says, you perceive nothing between my theism and atheism, but the blank is meaningful. I am not a Buddhist because they break the habit of thinking about God. I think about God regularly, even religiously. Administration says, do you mean in thought experiments? Many atheists Shanghai God whenever they need an agent that's omniscient or omnipotent. Lubbock says, yes, they treat the Lord as a means rather than an end in itself. My relationship with God, emotional, not purely theoretical. Administration says your emotion seems atheistic,
Aesthetic.
aesthetic, existentially neutral, not in gear. George Santayana was a naturalist with a detached appreciation of Catholicism. Appropriately, he wanted to be buried in unconsecrated ground. Lubbock says, I had a converging experience that had opened a psychological space. Administration says, would you share that experience with me? Lubbock says, I was in St. Augustine, Florida, rarely resting on a beach after spending a disenchanting day in Disney World with my son, a deal Tatus. Hearing a child shout, read, read, randomly selected an article, The Truman Show, Delusion, Psychosis in the Global Village. This interested me and professionally because there is surprisingly short list of delusion types. After watching The Truman Show, a man showed in New York, man showed in the New York hospital with the delusion that he was the center of a lifelong covert democracy. With a documentary, the movie has introduced a new genre of delusion.
I like the administration's response here.
So the administration says, you hope to open a new kind of religious delusion? Lubbock says, no, I just want my secular colleagues to be able to see a fictional character as God, just as Spinoza enabled other scientific people to perceive the world as God. Administration says pantheism answers, does God exist? Too easily. If everything is God, then nothing is God. And why aren't you a pantheist? Lubbock says, I experience imaginative resistance. Gender 2006. Just as I cannot go along with a story which female infanticides, right? I cannot go along with a story in which the heartless cosmos is God. Administration says, still a matter of taste.
Basically.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I probably say yes too. Let's see what Lubbock says. No, I agree that with Arthur Schopenhauer, from a first and impartial view, it will never occur to anyone to regard this world as a god. It obviously be an ill-advised god who could think of no better amusement than to transform himself into a world like the present one. Administration says only an escapist could worship a god who amused himself by becoming a fictional character. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Lubbock says, I shall not apologize for my otherworldliness. My point is, as an anthropologist, is that creatures shift what is psychological available. Even the idea of such a shift involved a cultural shift. Gestalt switches were first discussed by chemist Swiss crystallographer Louis Albert Necker in 1832, less than 2 centuries ago. And administration says Gestalt switches are just perceptual ambiguities. The facts stay the same, but the manner of apprehending them alters. Halts its progress. Lubbock says, I want others to experience theism that completely comports with science and the latest thinking of logic and metaphysics. Administration says, we at the Scientific Creation Society can only take you seriously if the academics take you seriously. Come back after you publish your creationism in one of their respective journals. Lubbock says, can I quote you? Administration says, as long as you sustain that the impression of our dialogue itself is a creation. Lubbock says, on to my missionary work, and the administration says, heaven help us. And here's all the references. Is that all the references? And there's like an afterword. Okay. Rational responsibility and the esoteric character of bold-faced lies. Oh, I think that's a new article. So we made it to the end. Is that a new article?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
That's a new article. So we made it through the whole article. Interesting. Let's jump to close it and go to the other window, I think. Can I jump to another window? No, I can't. So stop screen, share screen. So back to here. So we made some progress. I defined abstract entity. Make this bigger. Yeah, so we made some progress. Here's a word I wouldn't have defined if we didn't do this. Abstract entity, which is an entity with more than one location. So, like, for example, car, there's more. When we talk about car, we're talking about a whole bunch of different objects because it's a. But we're talking about my car, then we're talking about one object because I'm not rich and don't have a bunch of cars. I guess we have a set of objects too. So if I did have more than one car, then I'd be talking about a set of cars. Well, yeah, philosophy can get nasty, but I think that'd be simple enough. Like if you could take Hank as an abstract object. You could talk about me, or you can talk about Hank Hill, or you talk about Hank Weirden. So, but if we talk about Hank O'Flamo, then you just talk about me specifically. Till there's more than one of them, then it's abstract again. Then you have to point to them. But yeah, philosophy could be a very deep rabbit hole, but the goal of a debate is just to get to my conclusion. So I may have to go into Russell because that's where most of my objections will come from. So definitions. So I need that seed gray thing to get. Okay, I needed. What else do I need? References. I know. For those headings. Heading 2. I need another heading 2 right here. So what would I say in the opening statement? So what I use against Bitar?
What?
Oh, Joe Cool said something. Show that. So Joe Cool said, "I think, therefore I am." Is that about physical? Is physical what is real? Is physical what real is? Nah. Yeah, I would say the thought is physical. What do I define real? Actually, I haven't found real yet. I think I like Lacan's definition of real, which is the stuff we can't put into a context of an image. I had to think about that. I don't have a good answer yet. I have another debate. I'm gonna show what I had against Bitar, but I debated him. That's the last guy I debated. How do I blow that up? I'll stop sharing that window and I'll start sharing this window. So this is the notes I have for debate against another guy I did on the Monday Debate Discord about 9 months ago named Bitar. He made his debate challenge, and which made it easy because I could just trap him with his own definitions. How to blow this up. Forgot the shortcut. I just view. Bigger? Not really. There we go. Control scroll bar, yeah. So Bitter's in Bitter's challenge, he said, even though I don't believe in God, it seems that many theists, especially precepts, have the belief that everyone knows God exists. I want to debate this on stage. Here is an argument so we can have a discussion set up. Premise one was if there's so yeah, bye Kaiser. So premise one, there's not evidence to the contrary that we should believe it that a person claims to not believe. Premise two, there is no evidence that I believe in God. Premise three, I claim to not believe in God. Conclusion, we should believe that I don't believe in God. And he also says, also there's an argument for any religion that claims that everyone knows God exists that can be addressed in that discussion. Premise one, if the religion is true, I believe in God. Premise two, I do not believe in God. Conclusion, therefore the religion is false. And Pedro said, I was willing to debate both sounds and validity of both arguments in a stage debate. Feel free to accept the challenge, especially if you're a pre-sub. I'll actually go ahead and get that debate linked in the description after we're done the stream. I'll guarantee that debate will link to this description. And in my opening statement, I did pretty much I set out my definitions. Ooh, I should get noun. Yeah, I should pull noun. Do I need noun? I'm not sure if I need the word noun. Logic. Do I need logic? I'll think about pulling noun and logic to my definitions for this next debate. So, in the OP, the challenge of the debate, Bitter mentioned God 9 times. If you include the title, what can we learn from that? Bitter thinks God is a valid noun, a useful topic of debate, and that the word God can be used in the sense of fault losing all meaning, intelligibility. And I said the debate is about context and logic. There are many ways to find God. God can mean object of worship, man in the sky, tri-omni eldritch abomination, the universe, egregore that helps Abraham's clergy collect money, etc. I'm going to ask the audience to set this aside because we don't need to care specifically what God means. We just need to know that a bitter apparently thinks we can have a meaningful debate on it. In the context of this debate, bitter believes God is an object to debate about, or they wouldn't bother to propose debate in the first place. So that trickery I can't do because I proposed the debate. So I need to construct an opening statement that pretty much explains my position. I had to walk everyone through my position and not jump around too much because they'll get lost. Because what I want to do is always have a easy path back to my conclusion. So I don't need logic or noun. Where was I? I don't like the paragraphing on this. I can fight. So how do I get from double space to single space? Paragraph. Hmm. Line spacing. I went low, single. There you go. Wait, but I want. Maybe that's too much too. Uh, I don't know what all these things, all these options mean. It's not been rendered anyways. I'll play with it later. What space do I have in this other one? Nah, I gotta fix it now. What's that? A lot of people. A lot of people like watching people edit text. I'm surprised. Mm. Mm. Paragraph. Oh, okay. I think I remember what I did. It's probably a quicker way to do this, but I don't know it. I'm saying to edit one. Let's make these heading ones then. Heading one. Heading one. Guess this doubles as a LibreOffice demo stream too, since that's my word processor. Like that, I'll add that to my description too. LibreOffice. Let's move it. I guess I should extract it. Do I need to find the word abstract default entity? Yeah, I wouldn't be able. I wouldn't know how to define abstract. Let's move that up there. It's actually kind of context dependent. I can live with that. I can work with that. Whoops. So. No. So I'm gonna rely heavily on Steve McRae's paper for saying why you can't do that. So right after I probably just had to write whatever. Probably get edit a little bit offline. Why not? Let's go. Got it. Oh, that means I had to define theist and atheist. I had to define theist and atheist. So I'm gonna use Steve McRae's paper to define theist and atheist. So let's go back over here. Social media tend to move away from normative understanding of academic literature. Atheism is absenteeism. Nowadays, meaning atheist. So there's no such thing as a God. So pretty much, I'm gonna have to explain why we can't use weak and strong atheism. I'm just gonna say what Steve said. That way, I can get away from Denison's criticisms. That's what Denison said a couple hours ago. Yeah, weak case condition leads to semantic collapse. Okay, I need to find. I had to define agnostic. I'll just rip Steve off. But that's okay because I have that cited. So basically, how my argument's going to go is an atheist disbelieves in God, says gods don't exist, but if they talk about gods, then they have to exist. Therefore, deism. And I'm going to take away the agnostic evasion with the semantic square of opposition. Some research that there's no system. Yeah. Yeah, paste. Paste brush. I'm not sure I like that. So that's the definition I really want to use. So I can show slide. What's Steve talking about? So let's see what Steve's talking about.
Proposition and the predicate. And what I mean by that is that if the proposition is P, and if you see that tilde, which is not, that means not P. And if you believe not P, then that's strong atheism. It has no relevance basically to conviction. And it does tangentially. I shouldn't say that it shouldn't have no relevance, right? Because if you're a strong atheist, that means you believe there's no God. So you have some measure of conviction, which is stronger than merely a weak atheist. Even though strong atheism is a subset of weak atheism. This is why I don't like these terms. I do not like strong and weak atheism. I think they should be eschewed. I think they should be avoided. I think they have issues. One of which, of course, if you use weak atheism, then this paper shows why you shouldn't. Why we should reject Blues and Treaty to think of atheism in the negative. But it also presents other problems, which I really don't get into a lot. But one of which is the problem is that as a subset of weak atheism, that's where the strong atheist. But strong atheism is not is an actual position, but weak atheism technically isn't. Agnosticism is, and so there's kind of a problem there epistemically, because if you're saying I don't believe something, you're not taking a position on it. So it's a kind of a non-position direct I mean, it is a position, but it's a second order position.
Yeah.
But as far as the weak, that means that the negator is on the predicate B rather than the proposition. So if you see not BP, means does not believe P, which is weak because the negator is on B and not P for that particular negation. That's the best way to think of it. Then I go on to say atheism, the belief that G is false. And again, this is not prescriptive. This is where a lot of atheists make their huge mistake.
Yeah, I know.
Flamo, yeah, I saw that you were streaming earlier. I wrote something to you in the live chat. I saw you going over my paper. But this is not prescriptive. What it says is that, if somebody believes there's not a God, okay, that describes an atheist, right? If you say I believe there's no God, doesn't that describe an atheist? Sure. What else position would you have for that then?
Oh, this is
describes an atheist. I've had people argue that against that. I'm like, where's your mind on that? If I say I believe God does not exist,
you don't
want to call me an atheist.
I don't know how it's streaming though.
What are you going to call me then? How does not describe an atheist? Are you dual streaming, Flamo?
Oh, yeah, we're dual streaming.
And then 3 agnostic, the non-belief of G.
Oh, someone else is here.
Negative G, not G.
Which
means that if you don't have a position either way, yes, I'm still doing this. Yes, of course. I want people to be critical thinkers. And if you saw the amount of response I got on Reddit, oh my God, people need some help with basic common sense and reasoning and logic and and critical thinking. They don't even know how to approach an argument. And so, anyways, that's how I define the terms. Weak atheism is the non-belief.
Hi, Tom.
G, and that's basically atheism, weak atheism. If you want to call it strong atheism, you could do that too, but it's irrelevant. But that's how I'm defining the terms, and this is based on.
Do I know you from anywhere, or you just found me?
Google,
just look at open panels.
Oh, it's Atom.
Person who either lacks a belief.
Atom.
Which is
yes, Atom. Oh yeah, Brown's boy. I know
that's my argument. But Google's definition is, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, person who disbelieves or lack a belief in the God.
Oh, okay.
That is not prescriptive either.
With this watching
doesn't mean that if you lack a belief in God, you're automatically an atheist.
Not my paper. Providing my
it just describes somebody
argument.
An atheist. If I
you're writing an argument?
I lack a belief is a God. Isn't a God.
Okay.
So if I am an atheist and I believe there's no God,
sounds good. Good luck, man. I'll probably check in later.
There's an entailment there.
Oh, awesome.
I don't want to say there's an entailment. Technically, it's an implicature. I had that discussion with Dr. Demi when I first had him critique this paper because my work is based on his work. Argument was that I should use the word implicature more than entailment for certain reasons epistemically, and I agreed with him. I need to avoid using entailment. Really mean implicature. And anyways, I define by using metalogic, using Dr. Demi's approach, his schema, his logical model, where O is a logical model, with some model theoretic semantics, which basically means there's relationships. And in that model O, I define contradictories, subcontradictories, contradictories, contraries, subcontraries, and subalternation, using phi and psi, or psi and phi, or phi and psi here. And I just basically say if and only if these conditions are met, these are prescriptive. I would admit that, if and only if, right? That these are the logical relationships for a square of opposition. And I explained the square of opposition using building and logic, truth tables. All these have been vetted many times over. Many logicians have read this. So if you find an error, I'd be very surprised because logic people have gone through this with a fine-tooth comb, including Dr. William Pye, who did a review on it, and he found no errors. I mean, he's a PhD in mathematics. Again, this is first year stuff here. Some people told me this is second year, third year. I don't believe that. Admit this is probably intro level to logic. Trying to say it's anything great. That's why people say, "Oh, people don't respect your genius," and I'm like, it's entry level stuff here. What does that say about them? Let me ask you guys this.
It says we're idiots, Steve.
Chris says, "Yep, I've read it. Great paper. Thank you." Let me ask you this. What do you think about somebody who says, "Oh, you think you're a genius for writing it?" And I'm like, this is entry level stuff here. If you think this is genius level stuff, then you would know absolutely nothing about the subject matter. What does it say about them? How ignorant they are about the subject matter if they think that somebody who writes this thinks they're a genius. That's just weird to me. I fully admit is intro level stuff. That's my whole shtick, is that as an entry level person who, yes, I've had college, I admit this. I've had 4 years of college. I just didn't finish my degree. And I did take, informal logical fallacies. But you don't have to have a formal education for this. That's my point. And have I been in logic a long time? Well, Boolean logic. I mean, I used to, do stuff with TTL circuits and CMOS circuits. You have to know about truth tables. I did have a ham radio license when I was 13, which requires a little bit of understanding of gate. I remember studying gates, what an OR gate is, what a monostable 555 timer does, or an astable 555 timer. And then I was a store manager for Radio Shack for 6 years. I came in as a assistant manager. Then I moved into location. I went to the associate. Then I went back to assistant manager. Then I went to manager. So I was a manager at the store for like 3 years. And you do a lot with chips, right? You got 555s, 556, quad operational amplifiers, things that relating to logic and gates. So I did have that, and that was years ago. So that's just basic stuff. But anyways, I set forth my definitions, and then I show them in how they relate to what's called the square of opposition. And the square of opposition is an Aristotelian square. It usually deals with all SRP, right? Categories, some SRP, no SRP, and this is how you build syllogisms. Different what's called modes of syllogism.
Chris, I know.
You have many different modes, and I think, don't quote me on this, but how many modes are valid in syntactic logic? Is it 23 without looking it up?
I don't know.
Do my legwork there, because I'm not going to look it up right now. I'm just guessing. I think there's
I'll look it up.
Modes of syllogism. But anyways, this shows that there's relationships there that can be used for semiotics, which I didn't create the semiotic versions. It's called Grice Grimace squares. So I'm using what's already out there to show, by using symbiotics with the square of opposition, which somebody else, has long since done, do any of that work, obviously, that you could apply it to this argument. That's exactly what I did. So in a nutshell, you have theism, which is belief there isn't a God. Atheism, atheism that they believe that God exists. Atheism, belief that God does not exist.
Okay, I defined.
And again, somebody will say, "Well, you define atheism wrong." Well, no, I'm not defining atheism prescriptively. I kind of am in my paper, and I will admit I'll bite the bullet on that only for my argument because it's reductio. So I am prescriptively arguing it.
Compare the paper
in my paper that this is the premise, but there's a nuanced conversation being. If my argument is descriptive, I'm only arguing descriptive as far as my arguments, but in my paper, you can say probably that maybe it is prescriptive because to be used in the argument. Local prescriptive, soft prescriptive, as Ozymandias Ramsey II once upon a time we had a discussion on this thing, and he said, I would argue that what you're doing is soft prescriptive. I said I like that. I'm stealing that. That's how that. So, and the reason being is if you believe there's no God, what else you want to call that position? Atheism. So that's this up here, and then down here you've got does not believe in God, which both of them, according to Google's definition, both this side of the square are constitutive of atheism. If you believe there's a God, but you don't believe in God, if you believe that God does not exist or you don't believe in God, then both of them are going to be theism. So this side of the square is both atheist, according to Google definition. If you prescriptively use it as such, which you shouldn't. That's the problem with that. That's what some atheists do. They take the definition in Google and they run with it prescriptively.
Yeah.
But that's what they're arguing, is that if you believe that if you believe there's no God, or if you don't believe in God, then you're an atheist. And all I'm showing is that if you take this side of the square, then by symmetry and logical consistency, you have to take this side of the square. And so a theist is somebody who believes in God, but it's also somebody who doesn't believe that God does not exist. Because if you argue that these two are atheism, you have to rationally accept that both these two are theism, or else you're special pleading by my WASP argument.
Exactly.
Then I also show by logic that if you don't believe in theism, right, if you don't believe in God, then if you don't believe that God does not exist, if you don't believe in atheism, you're here. And if you don't believe in God, you're here. And what that means is S for subject, G for the proposition God is not exist, right? G is the same thing as P here. It's proposition. S is subject.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Brown's voice,
So these
that
lines
if
are
you
just
say
relationships.
God
There's a
exists
contradiction
in any
between
context, then you
and
have to be a
not
theist
theist.
by
right? This is
definition.
not theism down here, by the way. This is when somebody says when atheism and theism are the same thing. No, they're not the same set. This proves this. This literally proves this by logic that atheism and theism are not the same set.
Exactly.
Because theist is a contradiction to not theist. P or not P, A or not A. And if you instantiate A with theist, what's your not? Not theist. A or not A is always true by the law of negation. You can also show it by the law of excluded middle. Also show it by the principle of bivalence. You can also probably show it by the law of non-contradiction, probably. There are many ways to show that theist and not theist are contradictions. A or not A. So A or not A is this right here, this contradiction line. Theist, not theist. That's why not BSG is not theist. Because they're contradictions by logic. It doesn't get you to atheism up here. Right? This term right here doesn't get you up here. But they call this atheist. That's why they say atheism is the contradiction of theism here. But it isn't, because
Denizen.
part of the set is not included into this.
That's what I've been
So
telling
this right here is a proper subset of this, by definition, of logic and what a subset is. That is prescriptive. If this is non-theism, right? This is not theism because this is a contradiction of theism or not theism. Then this category of people that fall here, which would be strong atheism, as some people like to call it, is a subset of weak atheism, which is this. And if weak atheism is a contradiction of this, then atheism itself is the conjunction of this and this. And you can also describe it as this being a subset of this, or implicature. If you believe there's no God, that implies you do not believe in God. So this implies this, which is a contradiction to this. So this proves by logic, this proves unequivocally that logically there is no way to argue that atheism and non-theism are the same position unless you just want to say atheism and non-theism mean the exact same thing. The problem with that is you still have this group of people up here, right? That is a proper subset of this. But what do you call this group up here that's a proper subset of this? Well, I call that strong atheism, they say. Okay, but strong atheism doesn't mean that you're a direct contradiction to this. Strong atheism is contrary to this. That's what these little lines mean. And what that means in logic is, if we want to call this strong atheism, is that theism, if true, means this is false. If atheism is true, theism is false. And here's the interesting part. Neither of them can be true at the same time. And neither of them can be false at the same time. That's what a contrary is. That's what's defined up here prescriptively, if you want to argue soft prescriptivism, by contraries. Contraries is psi and phi are contraries if and only if, in the logical grouping or logical schema, is entailed or defined, it really is entailed, that it basically is just saying not phi, not psi, not psi, not the conjunction, I'm sorry, of psi and phi, and is not entailed by not the conjunction of not phi and not phi. Again, gets into the meta logic. But all this is saying by using logic is it's contrary if, back to the square, it's contraries if this is true, this is false. If this is true, this is false. Neither of them are true at the same time, and neither of them are false at the same time. All this definition is saying. Okay, so you don't even have to know the logic. You really don't. You don't have to know what any of this means, logic. All you have to know is looking at the square of opposition graphically, if you're a graphic learner like I am, that both of these can't be true at the same time. Right? Either God exists,
copy
and
paste
theism
that
is true,
square opposition.
or God doesn't exist, and strong atheism, if you want to call it that. But again, atheism and strong atheism is the same position in philosophy.
Yeah.
Because again, if not, you run into problems. If you want to call this atheism, then you're saying atheism is a subset. Assuming atheism and theism are the same position, you just assumed agnostic. You've just removed this position, which presents a whole other slew of problems. Now you're saying nobody can have a position either. Because if you have a position either way, you're automatically an atheist. Because if I do not believe in God and do not believe God does not exist, I fall into this. So
Yeah,
that's
Dennison literally
being
argued
a
that earlier.
sub-contrary is one of them cannot be true. Excuse me, if one is true, the other is false, vice versa. But one of them can be false. They both can't be true, but one of them can be false for some, which is defined above. And so, if this is false and this is false as far as my belief, now again, you gotta be careful. We're talking about beliefs. We're not when I'm talking about atheism, theism being contradictory in this particular schema. It's very important to note this. I am really talking about belief statuses. Unfortunately, it still is true for the square, and so it can be confusing because we're talking about here as an agnostic, somebody who doesn't believe this and somebody who doesn't believe this. So I can hold the position where I do not believe this is true, do not believe this is true. If I do not believe this is true, and I do not believe this side is true, I am at the conjunction of this. And so the people that argue weak atheism is same size set as theism, then they're basically just assuming this position. Graham Oppie argues it's a dishonest move. And it is a dishonest move. It really is, because a theist can do the same thing. If the atheist here can argue that this is assumed into this, then a theist could argue that this is assumed into theism. It's a square. If you argue this belongs here, then the theist can argue this belongs here. That's it. So, anyways, that's this in a nutshell. And then I go on to give more.
So basically, I have to argue Stephen Gray's argument to prevent
that
agnosticism.
We are therefore forced to conclude that by accepting the entreaty of the presumption of atheism, have atheism be understood in the negative or weak case condition, it would semantically be possible. Right? This is a key phrase. Semantically possible. By subalternation to merger for S to be an atheist, theist, and agnostic at the same time, due to semantic collapse, given the allowance of labeling of the weak case conditions, subalternations of as theism and atheism.
I had to rephrase that to make it understandable.
Semantic collapse renders these terms therefore ambiguous or as best redundant, and consequently we should reject the request of the presumption of atheism to have atheism understood the negative to avoid semantic. And so, real simple, all that's saying is that go back to the. I do want to show you. When you go back to this, saying that if you accept this as atheism, then this is assumed into this. The theist can say this is theism and this is assumed into this, therefore they cancel each other out. And any reason, any rationale you have, assume this into this and call this as part of this, theists can do the same thing. And again, this is basically a subset of this. The strong position is a subset of weak. And again, I do want to make it very clear, this is not talking about ontology here. It's talking about beliefs. Believe it's true, you cannot believe it's false. Believe it's false, you cannot believe it's true.
Yes,
believe it's false, you don't believe it's not false. And not true, you don't believe it's not. Okay.
Well, the logic doesn't change.
It's not about the ontology of God. It is true that theism is true if God exists. Atheism is false. That is true. But it's also true about your belief, right? Because that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about beliefs.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to exploit.
All beliefs has nothing to do with knowledge. If I hold the position God exists, that means I don't believe that there isn't a God. And if I hold the position that I believe there isn't a God, I don't hold the position there's a God. Those are contradictory. Or should be the contraries. Contradictions are theism and not theism. That's a hard contradiction. Either you're a theist or you're not.
I have to define contrary,
Everything
contradiction,
not
and
not theist by complementary set.
Okay.
Which is funny because on Reddit people are arguing complementary sets and they got it wrong. They're like, "Oh, atheism is the complementary set of theism." No, it's not. No, it's not. The complementary set is this, not theism.
Yeah,
theism, not theism.
Yeah,
but this is down here. Again, A or not A. A complementary set is a set in the universe that if you're not in one set, you're in the other set. Everything that's not a duck is in the set of duck. Everything that's in the not in the set of not duck is a duck in the universe. So everything in you is either A or
I have to
not.
define those logic terms.
That's a true subset.
I have to represent Steve's arguments.
So I just proved that basically the atheist who tries to subsume this into this, where this is all atheist, that anybody who believes there's a God or anybody who doesn't believe there's a God is an atheist, the theist can make that exact same move. Anybody who believes
And I
there's a
will.
God is a theist. Anybody who doesn't believe there isn't a God is. That's all it does. And there's no justification that I've seen that allows for atheists to make that move, but not theists. None. And if you appeal to the
How
dictionary,
about my
it's a
feelings?
fallacy.
How about my
It's
feelings?
called argumentium ad dictionarium. Because if theists started using theism to mean anybody who doesn't believe there isn't a God, then the dictionary will reflect that usage. Right? Because dictionaries, most of them are synchronic, which means they give the definition in usage in general parlance, and that they use what's called sensu lato, which is basically broad sense, specific. So if theists started using theism to represent anybody who doesn't believe there isn't a God, then the definition for theist would be disbelieves or lacks a beliefs in the non-existence of God.
And we will.
That's what it would be. That's what the dictionary would go to if theists would do.
And we
But
will.
theists
We
don't
will
make
do that.
that move because it's dishonest, and also their religion, their Christianic beliefs, for the most part, or at least I'd say most religions, wouldn't allow for that because they're holding
Except
tight to the
fictional
position
theists
that
will
there
allow for
is a
that
God.
without contradiction.
They're not just merely lacking a belief that there isn't. They're telling people that there is a God. They're out there arguing there's a God. And atheists who don't argue there isn't a God really have nothing to say on that.
No.
Sure, they could,
we'll put
show why the atheist is,
something in front of the atheists, and
show
they'll
why
say
the
that
theist
there's
is
a
wrong.
God.
but they're not taking a position for themselves. They're agnostic, like I am. They're just calling it
The
atheist.
so-called atheists will say that there's a God, and that's,
Sure, they can
that's
argue
the
against
issue.
atheists. I'm not saying they can't, but the lack of belief atheist logically is an agnostic. There's no way out of that. I think anybody who knows logic or philosophy has accepted that that they've accepted my argument.
Yeah, the problem's not the theists that there's a
And
God. The problem
then I
is
go
the
on to
atheists
say,
that point out that there's a God.
Canonical positions are this: theist.
Then they say they don't like the God.
And again, according to my argument, thieves God, not even that, but this is just basic logic. Theist is somebody who believes there's a God, who doesn't believe there isn't a God. Atheist is somebody who believes there isn't a God, who doesn't believe there is a God. Agnostic who has no position either. Doesn't believe there's God, doesn't believe. These are the canonical relationships in logical. Simple as that. And so this position here, the agnostic position, which absolutely does exist, I can prove it right here, does exist logically. So when you have people saying there's no such thing as agnostic because there's no third position, they don't understand. They have a conceptual error because what they're doing is they're just making a strict dichotomy between this and this, which eliminates this because this is subsumed into this. So if you say there's only atheist and theist, you've just eliminated this position. So yeah, what you're saying is theist or not theist, because you can see here theist or not theist, right? Not a little not. So either a theist or you're not a theist. You believe there's a God, or you don't believe in God. That's literally what this is. Believe in God, do not believe in God, because again, we're talking about beliefs here, on ontology. Don't believe in God, you're down here. You believe in God, you're up here. So that is a strict dichotomy, mutually exclusive, joint and exhaustive. You either believe there's God or you don't. Matt Dillahunty says it all the time, right? You either believe or you don't believe. He's right. You're here or you're here. That's it. No other positions you can. I mean, these are subsets. This is a subset of this. This is a subset of this. Is a subset of. Sorry, this is a subset of this, and this is a subset of this. But they're subsuming this into this. That's all they're doing. So when they say there's no third position, that's because they make a dishonest move.
I'll have
They're
belief
calling this
defined.
atheist. But in philosophy, there is a third position.
I won't
We all
even
know this
define
now.
belief. I won't even bother
I
defining
can
it.
prove this.
I don't
There
need
is
to
a third
define
position.
belief.
That is a position of either having a position either way, which is this. This is your third position. Position where you do not believe it's true and you do not believe it. That's why when you have
I can't introspect.
you are contrary to standards of
Yeah,
philosophy. You're contrary to logical understandings and rational implications.
Yeah, so
And I don't
I
think
won't
lack of
introspect
belief-
on belief. I'll just
I
define
don't think lack of belief
relations
atheist seriously. And here's the thing.
because I
This is
can't
why I don't
verify
think lack of
belief.
This is the kind of
Well, can
response,
I? I'm not sure.
just like this. Too long didn't read. Nobody cares about your theory.
What? How?
So, anyways, that's my TED Talk for you guys today. I will be responding to Reddit later on tonight after I. Feel free to
Maybe
join
we
in on
should
the
try
Reddit
merge.
discussions. I'm still doing my Twitter stuff on Twitter, and I'm not asking people to lose, Reddit. But if you wish to go to Reddit, under Ask an Atheist, my post Feel free. Think. Chris Taylor says it's quite easy to understand, so I'm not sure why lots of black getting it because they're stupid, Chris. I don't know what else to argue. They're just foolish. They're just ignorant. And people say, well, ignorant is ad hom. No, it's not. It's an objective measure that I have that they're unable or unwilling to understand something. That is to me ignorant. That's me giving my, I shouldn't say objective, the subjective evaluation. It's funny. Objective and subjective have been used so many different ways. They have many different senses. So I can argue that I'm objectively, without bias, arguing that I'm subjectively evaluating them. Right? That's the problem with sense of words. But this is the kind of just low-level argumentation that I get. Steve Morgan says it goes over my head. I'm not surprised that people don't get it. Doesn't really, Steve? I don't think it should go over your head. Happy if theists just don't believe that the Hank says, who wants to merge streams? I tell you what, I'll come on your stream if you want. I'm gonna wrap this up, Hank. Would you like me to come on your stream?
Yes, absolutely.
But I'm gonna wrap this up. Thanks for watching, guys. Any questions? Feel free to leave a tip in the comment section. I could use a little funding. Not hurting, I'm not starving or anything like that. I'm not in any finance. Managed to pull ahead a little bit. I do like to treat myself a little. Go out and have beer or something. I was on indica to help sleep, but now I'm taking sativa. Try the hybrids, but I think I like the sativa the best. I sleep like a baby. Either sativa or indica, I sleep like a baby. Indica, I probably sleep a little bit better. Sativa gives me that little for well-being. It's made a difference. It really, really has. So I'm not saying that I would, but just or I should say, it goes to a lot of things. It helps in other ways. Thanks, guys, for watching. If you guys want to share this video, please do on social media. Get it out there because I want my argument promoted. I want the argument promoted because I think that it is a indication of the state of atheist low-level argumentation. They really need to up their game. And that's not all of them. There's a lot of atheists out there that absolutely understand, absolutely agree with it, and they have taken it on board.
He just contradicted himself.
Become better at debating Christians. When you look at Chris from theory,
how are they atheists if they accept it?
He was a lack of.
They accept the logic,
but he read my stuff, and
then they're no longer atheists.
Absolutely right. And why not?
That's my opinion. They'll claim that they're atheists still, but
and they are
epistemically
because they don't believe that the entity exists.
You're not going to prove anything, but you can certainly argue that atheists are better.
They don't believe the entity exists, but there's some of those same people
epistemically
will go on talk shows and talk about the entity all the time, like 3 hours a week.
They can definitely argue there's more evidence.
I guess just multiple senses of the word, so they can not believe in it, yet they could see it.
When people say there's no evidence for God,
and that's kind of issue you want we're examining with this debate. So,
but again,
there's no evidence for God.
It's a play on words, right? Because
like
it's
discussion on map.
You didn't hold up a picture of God. You held up a drawing of God.
Because we're not talking about science.
Oh, okay.
There's evidence for God. Evidence again. But D.L. Mackey wrote a book called The Miracle of Theism. Great book, very dense.
It's like
arguments for God, and again,
at that point,
pretty much anything you'd ever.
You have to concede that God exists, which I've already done before on previous streams.
And you did on this stream as well.
Why would an atheist philosopher spend time arguing?
But I'm still a strong anti-theist.
The evidence God does not exist.
But that's the same way that flat earthers will concede the appearance of a curve, but still reject the conclusion.
Hank for $5 says you deserve a coffee. Thank you. And right now, I got a little bit left in my cup. Hear me swigging here. Got good coffee. Well, no, I am frugal.
It would be
I
like
am
if a
frugal,
flat
but I
earther
really
admitted
appreciate
that
guys.
round
And I
Earth
can read out all the
exists,
chats that I can.
but only in literature and
So
in science
and any
books,
super thanks I
etc.
get in the comment section, I will read out next time.
That they didn't actually believe the Earth
I
was
bought really
round,
cheap coffee. I bought this really good coffee.
but they acknowledge that
Mix them together.
a
Pretty good.
round Earth as a
I don't mind it.
concept does exist
So
in
I
the
just
mind of people.
basically don't have to
Yeah.
spend as much on coffee.
And
'cause
then we
coffee
go
can get really
further and
expensive
say,
quick and-
well, they could find a 50-degree per hour drift. They can
I will
say
join you on your
that the
channel.
airlines follow the paths that you expect to
there. So I'm gonna wrap
exist
this
on
up,
around
guys.
Earth, but
Very
just say, well, it's
long-winded.
not true though.
But I missed you guys.
See, and if
Thank
you
for watching the
include
show. Please leave me comments.
agnostics as a subset of atheism,
I'll be on
it
Nate's
doesn't
channel.
delete
About 5 minutes.
agnosticism
The coffee.
or theism.
Amos
But
channel.
if you do the
I'll put a link
reverse,
in
you
there.
delete atheism.
Go
You
for it.
reduce it to a number of people who are just unwilling or unable to
Next Sunday.
understand what the word exist means.
Oh, I'll stream it. I'll be streaming
Yeah.
on my other channel, Gamer Craig. I still got stuff on that. Good night.
So hopefully Steve knows where what my channel is. I'm sure he can find it. He's smart enough to find it. So if I'm going to take a restroom break, then I could ask him directly how I should define theist, atheist, and agnostic in this debate. Because it looks like I have to define those terms before I can use his square of opposition. Let's go back to where I was. Stop sharing this. Stop sharing. Oh, the freak's here. Hey, the freak, come on up.
The
Look, oh,
freak. Say
yeah,
chic.
Yeah.
Freak out.
So I'm actually gonna beckon the freak up here. He can resolve the issue we had here. Yeah, because I know he was out to get me for like a week. Okay, the freak's gonna come up in 5 minutes. We have the freak coming. We have Steve Gray coming. But yeah, we are really arguing on. So the biggest pivots on this will basically be exist. What exist means, I'm not sure if belief is going to make a difference or not. I'm not sure if I'm going to use that term or not. Context science, go. Do I need? How I'm structuring this, I'm not sure if I'm going to need belief or not. Because my model is pretty much based on existence. Yeah, so pretty much my goal is going to be to say that atheists perform a contradiction. So, yeah. Let me reshare my file. Present. Steve's here. Um, Steve, it's pinned at the top. Anyone can get in here. So it's pinned at the top, or you can just get it from right there. I'm not worried about people coming in because they know who I am. They don't want to find out. So I mean, I have a number of haters. They know they can find out that I'm streaming now. They're not coming here. They don't want any of this. Fine, I'll link him in DM just to cover my bases. Maybe he's just using his to verify that's the real me. So I'm just gonna assume that for verification purposes to make messages failed to send. Send it again. There we go. Here's the StreamYard link. I think it's sent. Okay, here's Steve. Nope, that's the freak. That works too. You had an issue that you want to resolve with me, the freak?
Hey. Just standing by.
Oh, yeah. So I sent Steve.
Oh, no.
I sent Steve Ray the StreamYard link via Twitter DM like he asked, even though he could totally see it and it's the same link. And all my enemies can see that I'm streaming. They don't want any of this. So right now, the freak, I'm trying to. Okay, Steve Ray's here.
Yo,
excellent.
You know, so, it's weird, dude. I was trying to. I saw your feed on Twitter, and I tried to. The volume was off, right? So I tried to raise the volume because the volume was off, and it kept on saying cannot refresh, cannot refresh, cannot refresh. So it was weird. But I was like, yeah, send me a link. So. Hi.
Oh yeah, I'm streaming to both YouTube and Twitter. That makes sense.
Oh my god, 4 hours? Yeah, but
yeah, I know it's a short one.
It wouldn't let me. Yeah, right. It wouldn't let me hear the volume. So I didn't know what the hell you were talking about, which is really weird. I guess everything's buggy today. I don't know, man. Like Reddit, like I said, I can't post on there very easily. But who do we have in here? I see. Who's? I recognize these avatars, but I don't know who they are.
We have Denizen. We have the freak. Your host. Hanko Flamo and yourself.
Who you again? No, I was kidding. I'm on YouTube, so I can follow along there. So, anyways, yeah, what you talking about, man?
So I'm preparing for a debate, and your paper is key to me winning this debate.
Oh, awesome! First of all, this raises the question: who you're debating and where?
So I'm going to be on the Monday debate Discord server, and I'm going to be debating Monday stage moderators DB. And what's weird is that they're Christian, so they're either a debate bro or they're just trying to make sure my arguments sound. So actually, I'm not sure exactly why they accepted the debate. I was trying to target Forrest Valkai because when I was trying to bring up the topic to him on the line, he got angry because I was gonna take his atheism away from him. So
will it be recorded?
I'm gonna record it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because I want to watch it later. If I'm not, when is it? I don't know if I'm available.
I think it's gonna be tomorrow, but we're still negotiating on that. But
it's gonna be
if
after
it is
3
tomorrow,
o'clock?
I'm gonna be ready.
After 3?
Yeah, it's right now. I said between 6 p.m. and 12 a.m. EST, and he's thinking to be 6. So that would be 3.
6 a.m.
6 p.m.
6 p.m. All right. Let's go.
Yeah, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Because I guess Eastern Savings Time, whatever it's called, whatever time we're using right this second.
Yeah,
that'd be 3 p.m. for you.
PDT. Yeah, I think it's PDT. All right. So what can I help you kind of with your argument? Would you like to? Yeah, I mean, you seem to know the argument pretty well, so I don't know how I can assist you, but I'll try. And I've only got I don't have very long.
It won't take too long.
Okay.
So let me present my screen. Window.
Yeah, and the reason I asked for it in DM is I wasn't watching the video because I on YouTube, so I didn't.
Yeah, you're watching on Twitter, which
right.
makes sense to when you're watching DM, but so I just gave you the DM, and it wasn't that pretty simple.
Yep, I agree.
So what I need to do is define deist, atheist, agnostic in my context, so I can reference your argument, so I can pull the carpet from the agnostic position. I had to yank away the atheist position.
But what are you actually arguing? What's the crux of the argument, though?
Oh, okay. So the crux of my argument is going to be. So let's go with the resolution. The resolution is: can you be an atheist and say God exists in any context? I'm going to argue in the negative. You can't be an atheist and say God exists in any.
Okay, I would agree with that. And how are they arguing that you can?
So I actually don't know yet. So
I can't.
So wait a minute. You don't.
I did earlier.
Oh, you argued it, or you heard the argument?
I argued it.
Yes.
Okay? So what was your argument? And who's this?
That's Denizen.
Yeah, I don't see any names. It's weird. Okay, Dennison. All right. So
yeah, I need to hide your. Let me hide that. You can see the names again. Sorry.
Yeah, I just like to know who I'm talking to.
Yeah. Continue.
All right. You're okay. So you want me to like suss out the key points here? I mean, do you want to like run his quick argument? And because you're debating him or somebody else who holds this?
I'm debating someone else, but I need to cover my bases.
Is he playing devil's advocate, or does he actually believe you can?
Back to my conclusion.
Yeah, but is he playing, Dennison? Are you playing devil's advocate, or you arguing that atheists can believe in God?
I am arguing that atheists can believe in God. The conversation kind of flushed itself out earlier, though, so I wouldn't say that's like a binary answer. It's like not like a yes or no. You know what I mean?
All right. Yeah, because I mean, again, words have meanings by usages, right? Wittgenstein argued that there's no such thing as an inherent meaning to a word. They have word meanings by how they're used. And if you want to define dog as a cat, okay. If you look at a cat and say, I call that a dog, okay, you can do that. There might be some problems with that. I mean, it's confusing, but you can
that's how I feel about the usage of the term atheist here in this argument.
But that's just a word game. That's just a semantic. What's a Flamo? What's this called? Is a semantic substitution. Is what I call that. That's all it is. Yeah. So if you want to say a cat could be a dog, and you say, "Well, I'm just semantically calling that a dog," okay, that's just that's an appeal to semantics. That's just not an argument.
I would agree that that's essentially what Hank is doing by saying that an atheist is someone who denies the concept of God.
The concept of God. That's a different proposition. Why would an atheist deny the concept of God? The concept exists. I mean, then
all atheists agree that God exists.
Why?
Because the concept of God does exist.
But if you're saying atheism is a position that there isn't the concept, then sure. But again, semantically, but why would Flamo? Why would you argue that God is based on a concept rather than ontology?
I would
And-
not argue that God's based on the concept. I would go with the fiction theism thing, but I'd say for most of the time, atheists are specific about which God they deny. So,
Well, that's true, but I would go more toward a global stance. And I'm going to give you a reference book that you might want to go check into. That will help you on this.
I
It's
will.
it's by a guy named Quine.
Yeah.
Willie Quine, and we wrote a book. It's on Internet Archive. I have it permanently tabbed, I think, and it's called Word and Object. Word and Object on Internet Archive. I can even, you know what, I got it. You know, I love Opera. Opera gives you, different. I don't know what they're called, workspaces, and so I have a workspace for a lot of my references. My Opera takes up a hell of a lot of memory. Let's put it that way. And so I actually have that on tab, and I will send it to you on Twitter right now.
Thank you.
And dude, this is a great resource. It really is. And what he's talking about is sense and reference, which is a Frege approach. That you have a word that represents a concept. So the word cat represents an instantiation of an object that we have that exists as a cat. So if I say cats exist, to make that proposition true, there has to be at least one cat that exists as what's called a truth maker that makes that proposition true. So if God exists, there has to be at least one instantiation of a God in the universe to make theism true. And
there is in the Bible.
Well, that's a concept. Ontologically, there has to be a being that exists in the universe that exists that is called, that we will label as God, but there has to be that being that word.
Does Spider-Man exist?
It exists within the realm of fiction. If you accept fictionalism, then yes, according to various versions of fictionalism, it's not one. Fictionalism is actually a family of beliefs.
Yeah.
But within the confines of the fiction, Superman exists. Within the confines of non-fictionalism, then Superman doesn't exist. So,
well, not just within those confines, because you can see the impact of Spider-Man outside of the fiction.
No, there's no causality.
Every Halloween.
That's not a causal relationship.
When kids dress up as Spider-Man and pretend to be Spider-Man.
That's not a causal relationship. There's no ontological being that exists that has causality toward an epistemic belief. There's no causal.
Well, that wasn't the prerequisite, though, because fictitious theism is exactly what Hank is trying to argue for here.
Hank, you're arguing fictionalism?
Yes.
Okay, then explain to me your argument there on how are you using fictionalism for God? You can argue that God exists and God does not exist within the realm of fiction. I don't see a real problem with that.
Yeah.
Normally, when I debate with theists, I tell them that I believe in God, that God exists. God is strong and powerful and real. He's just man-made.
And I would agree.
You're arguing a concept. Then I would say you have a category error.
But the thing is, I would say
the category error only comes when you try to pretend that means there's no such thing as atheism.
No,
I don't play that semantical game.
What is also look this up, Hank. Sense and Reference by Frege. Because this is what is happening. You're conflating sense and the reference. You're complaining the object. Okay, there's an expression called confusing the map of the territory.
Yeah.
Thank you for that before. That's exactly what's going on here. You're confusing the map of the territory. And it's a big thing. And people will also say you're confused.
I'm not.
Epistemology with ontology. Well, I don't know. You may be. I mean, if you're saying God exists and you're not telling people that you mean within the confines of a concept, then
well, I do. I do. Every single time I say God exists, I end it with "but He's man-made."
Yeah.
And then fine. Then there's no argument to be had there. Conceptually.
And I would agree.
But you're just arguing fictionalism.
Yeah.
Hank argues fictionalism. I don't.
Yeah.
I admit that an atheist is technically semantically incorrect when he says that God does not exist.
No,
because what he means is that a being capable of the things God can do doesn't exist outside of the literary references to it.
Okay, so let me put it on an atheist hat for a second. Okay, give me your fedora there, Hank.
He's a theist.
I know, but I just want the fedora. I'm gonna pretend to be an atheist here. So, if I look at the proposition there's a ontological being that people have posited that actually exists that I deny that existence.
Okay.
You're saying that's what an atheist is?
It's ostensibly the same thing. If I
You
was
see, that's not in the proposition, though, right?
the proposition is an ontological being exists.
Can you be an atheist and say that God exists in any context?
Not ontologically, only in fictionalism.
Well, I mean, that would be a context.
Yeah, I mean that's fine if you want to argue that. I mean that's true. Yeah.
Not only that, but atheism.
But here's the thing: that's called a specious argument. Do you know what a specious argument is?
Well, that's Hank's argument in a nutshell.
Yeah, it is. But tell me what a specious argument is.
A specious argument is true, but it's trivial.
Right. It's also not. It's useless in two ways. Not only does it not get to the heart of the question that's actually being asked in a non-semantical way, but it also completely erases the category of a meaningful atheist. Essentially, an atheist becomes somebody who's too obtuse to even acknowledge that a god has ever even been imagined.
Yeah, no, I think you have a point there, Denzian.
Yeah, I agree with Dennis's point. But here's the thing. I want to change the conversation to something gets more productive, rather than arguing whether God.
Yeah, but you don't want to argue specious arguments because there's no point of that. I mean, sure, it's fun for rhetoric sometimes, and maybe I might even be accused of doing it once or twice.
Yeah,
just like Denzian's doing to make a point. Because I don't know if Denzian actually is holding this or not. And it's irrelevant because it's true still. But I think Denzian, are you really more just to make a point by this? You're not wrong,
well, there's a lot more to it than just a point. Like God is real. If you try to deny the existence of God, whether you conform to the idea that God is can actually hear prayers, or knows what's going to happen before it can happen, or can lift an unliftable stone, without any of those presuppositions, the force of God in human life, in human culture, on this planet, the way it affects my daily life is massively real.
Yeah, but that's the concept, right? The concept of God, not God himself. There's a big difference there. Again,
yeah,
this is where you are conflating reference.
But there's an issue. If you're a monist, then the concept and any other objects would be in the same substrate anyways. So it's really hard to pull the concept apart from the whole.
Not really. This is again the map of the territory. But Denzian, let me ask you this: Do you believe there's, if somebody prays to a being, do you think there's an actual being with intentional states that is listening?
No.
Okay, so do you believe that there is no
being at all? The person. I mean, yes, the person, that person themselves, and then anybody else who might hear it.
Right, but other than themselves, is there another intentional agent that exists that is hearing those prayers?
Well, no. If he prays to me, then.
So, hang on one second. So, Denzian, you are what I would be in my schema, an atheist. You believe there's
sure. Okay. I'm a strong anti-theist, and Hank is trying to say I don't exist.
What do you mean by anti-theist? Because I know what anti-theist is.
I'm glad there's no God.
Okay, it's not really the definition, what most people read, but that would follow an anti-theist position. Sure. Yeah.
You might have to.
He doesn't exist.
The scope of the debate.
Not only I don't buy that he exists, I'm pretty sure that he doesn't, and I'm happy about it.
Okay. Yeah, you think that the religion or the belief in God lowers the axiological value to society? That's anti-theism.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And it's so funny when people tell me anti-theism is the belief that there is no God. I'm like, you're an ignorant. Don't even just go away at that point, right?
Where I would contradict myself there is to say that I would admit that society, that I'm somewhat antisocial, and society operates, on a different set of presuppositions, and that theism and theology, religion, the belief in God, at least, especially if you go step outside the theistic God and you talk just about the spiritual concept of God as it exists in the brain, as it exists genetically, that might be necessary for like 80% of human beings.
No, I get you. No, you're arguing. There's a guy that I haven't talked to in a long time, but his name's friend. What is it? Fiended friend. What is his name? Hank?
Or Sorensen or someone else?
No, he has a podcast with somebody that he does.
Friedman.
No, something friend. God dang, it's been so long. I'm so sorry. I'm drawing a blank. But anyways, he argues that religion has been beneficial to society, or at least is a part of society as a meme, which is what Dawkins argues.
Yeah.
Right.
He coined meme.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look at these definitions real quick before I got to go. Definition: a set of criteria that limits or extent of usage. Okay, the problem with that right off the bat is your prescriptivism right now. Mm-hmm. You're saying that if something meets the set of criteria, it is that word. That's not how definitions work.
Yeah.
Definitions describe, right? If you look at an English dictionary and you open it up, and this is why I coined the argument or the fallacy argumentium ad prescriptorium, is because people were trying to take a descriptive phrase and make it prescriptive, and that you can't do that.
Can you give an example of where it breaks down?
You mean for this, or like just a general example? Because I can't.
General example where it would stop working.
Yeah. Okay. So let me okay. For example, when I wrote an essay called "By Definition," so the same place, Hank, that you found my presumption of atheism argument, I also have an essay draft that I never finished. But I mean, I finished it, but I didn't fully proof it. But it seems to be pretty good. But I just never published it as a paper on there. But I put it as a draft. But it's called "By Definition," and the example that I use is a square. And if I say a square could be described as a four-sided object, would you admit that that is an accurate description?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, that's a necessary component, not sufficient, but necessary. If I say a better, more useful definition describes it as a four-sided parallelogram with equal sides, is that better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but if I say a four-sided parallelogram in two-dimensional space with four internal right angles at four equal sides, that is the mathematical prescriptive version of it, right?
Yeah.
If you want to have prescriptivism, those are three different definitions, all describing a square, but only one of them is mathematically more prescriptive. Because if it meets the condition for the third one, it is a square in mathematics. But if it just has four sides, it's not. It could be any kind of parallelogram. A rhombus has four sides, but they're not equal length, not four internal right angles. It's not a square. A rectangle has, four internal right angles, but not four equal length sides. That's not a square. So that's how there's a difference between prescriptive and descriptive. These are just describing things. So when you look at the definition in Google for atheism, it's just describing an atheist. An atheist who believes there is no God does not believe in God. It lacks a belief. And they're trying to say that means prescriptive, and it doesn't. It's just describing a theist, somebody who believes in God or doesn't believe.
I agree with you. I think I was confused because I think you just accidentally said prescriptive instead of descriptive before you explained yourself.
Yeah. What do you mean by believe, Steve?
Belief is an epistemic disposition on a proposition that holds the proposition true.
Okay.
So I think you might want to adjust that one. Object, that which you can imagine or draw that has shape. Don't need shape for that. Why does it need shape? An object is just where a reference points to, right? You have a reference and a referent. So the reference points to the referent. So an object is any. And by the way, I have a cup in my hand that's coffee in it right now. Literally, I'm not even joking. That is an object. I don't have to be able to imagine for that object to exist ontologically without anybody else being around. Right? I don't have to be able to imagine that.
Well, it was a cup. If the cup was like the only thing in the universe, I'm not sure I would say it would exist because there's nothing for it to exist relative to you.
Yeah, I would change object to concept though. Concept, anything you can imagine. Because I don't know what it'd be like to conceptualize a square circle. Is a square circle a coherent concept? No.
Well, you can go to taxi cab geometry.
No, we've already discussed that. That's a different thing altogether. Taxi cab geometry doesn't actually square the circle. Location, the set of distances from one object to all other objects.
Yeah.
No, that's not true either. Location is not a measurement distance, right? You talk about displacement. Displacement is a distance between an object to another object. Location is a space-time position.
Well, you had to write that position from somewhere. So,
well, with respect to space-time, I mean, you want to call space-time an object?
Space-time's not absolute; it's relative.
I mean, I can see where you're going with that. Might be issues there later on. Entity, an object that has location which you can see or touch. No,
Yeah.
that's false. Concepts are entities too. Entity is anything that exists in the universe of possible world. In this possible extant world, anything that exists in there is an entity. Concepts, ideas are entities. You're talking about a concrete entity. There's a difference there.
So I'm a monist, so I wouldn't. It's going to be in the same substrate, so I don't know where I'm going to put
You're not substrate. You mean substance.
Substance substrate. It's going to be in the same pool.
Yeah.
So I don't know where I'm going to put the concepts
Not
at.
a fan of that one. Abstract entity, an entity with more than one location. I don't like that at all. An abstract entity is one in the conceptual realm. No, that's not. That's an instantiation.
Mm-hmm.
That's an instantiation. Have you ever heard of what's called type distinctions or type token?
I heard of it. Go over it real quick.
Well, you can, in a nutshell, you can have a type of something, right? And then a token is an example of that. So if I have a flock of birds, right, and I have one bird in that, that's a token from that type of what I mean by bird.
Mm-hmm.
It's an instantiation of it. Time, to have more than one location. Time has nothing to do with locality, so I don't understand that one.
How can something have nothing to do with locality if you need without
time? I would argue is basically the displacement between entropic states.
But displacement needs locality to even work.
No, displacement could be, in this case, a difference between one epistemic state and another epistemic state, not a locality displacement. So, just something. The time is the measurement between one state of entropy and another state of entropy.
That implies. When I say entropy,
that's an easy way of looking at it. There's many ways of describe time, so don't die on that hill.
Okay.
Universe, a set of objects that have physical presence within each other. No, the universe is a set of all things within a possible world.
I think we're describing the same thing. I mean, how can something? How can something in the how can different possible worlds not have physical presence with each other in the same?
Because you can describe things as, okay, in the universe of Superman, Lois Lane exists. Sure, you can do that, but then you're narrowing, you're contextualizing universe or sense. But simpliciter, when we just talk about universe and not in a astrological means, we're talking about the extant possible world. So when I say universe, I mean the set of all things that exist within the actualized possible world, which includes Superman. Because the concept of Superman, not. No,
I understand the issue. You have ideal dualism. You think ideas are distinct in its own little world.
Yeah, sure. But like in another possible world, Superman actually does exist.
Yeah.
Right, because Superman is contingent, not necessary, and not impossible. So by possible world theory, Superman must exist in another non-extant possible world. There's only one extant possible world. That's this one, and that's by definition, that is kind of prescriptive, that the only actualized world is the instantiated one which when you exist in, which is the indexical way of looking at possible worlds. So the only possible world that exists to me is the one that I am in, because it's indexical to the individual.
Oh, that's location. You have relationship to the other objects.
I still think it's really kind of confusing senses of location, but we'll go with it. Mm-hmm. Dimensions. Number of coordinates needed to specify location. Yeah, I would put more of degrees of freedom, maybe, if it's what you're talking about, but whatever. Mm-hmm. Science to explain. Science, explains natural phenomenon. Mm-hmm. I would make sure that you point out natural phenomenon, because science is prohibited from addressing the God claim by non-overlapping magisteria. If you want to look at Gould's view, or more importantly, methodological naturalism. God.
How can we find God's even? How does anthropology work? How do they reference any God at all? It doesn't make any sense. Anthropology can't be science, and if there's gods in it,
science doesn't address the God claim. I don't know why God would be an object of worship. Why would God be necessarily an object of worship? You can have a God that you don't want to worship. I mean, if Vishnu exists, Christians aren't going to worship him, but he's still a God.
But that's my test with divinity. If it's worship, then it is a god.
But if it isn't worship, it isn't?
Yeah.
So if Allah exists, but he's not worshipped, but he still has the ability to affect reality, you're not going to call that a god.
Correct.
Okay. there's some okay. Even though I'm not agreeing with you, you might want to look at the worthiness of the consideration of God that Stanford Encyclopedia talks about.
Mm-hmm.
Stanford, I don't know if it was Gene Dixon that went into that, but if you look in, I think Paul Draper talks about it in ACP about the worthiness of God, and I don't remember what they called it. But there's an argument. I know it's in the entry for atheism on SCP, but I just had a brain fart because I know that paper pretty well. But I had a brain fart, but it's in there. Worship, reverence, or dedication to. Okay, fine. I would probably say performative reverence, because it requires a performance, I think. But whatever. Nothing, an object that doesn't exist. The state of being of non-existence is good, but whatever. Theist.
I didn't define theist, atheist, or agnostic. I was going to use your paper to define those. So
okay, believe an epistemic disposition that the proposition is true. Disbelieve is false. Agnostic has no position either way. All right. Yeah. So I mean, that's my input in the nutshell. So.
Oh, okay, pretty good.
All right.
But yeah,
cool, man. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Anytime, my friend. I appreciate your support of the channel, and you're on my ear anytime you want. I really do appreciate your super chats, and I appreciate that you.
And I already shared your video.
Yeah. All right, thanks, guys. I will
See you later.
and I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go try my 100 milligram drink. I'm only taking 2 shots from it. Yeah, it's so funny because they're like, who drinks a whole can of 100 milligram hybrid? And they're like, oh, we do all the time. I'm like, oh my God. No. So I'm going to just go. It's Sunday. It's my Sunday. I'm going to wind down, and we'll catch you guys later.
Nice meeting you.
Likewise. Peace.
Peace.
But yeah, we knew each other for years. So.
Nice. Sounds like you're gearing up for a semantic, kind of a dry semantic debate.
Absolutely. And I know Steve would disagree with pretty much all my definitions because he is he's not a monist. He's like a ideal object dualist. So I actually expect him to disagree with all my definitions because our premises are different. But as long as I can make people understand what I mean, then that's what I need to do.
Is he pretty much an agnostic?
Yes, he's the Pope of agnosticism.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna take my hat back to you.
And he's theist too, right?
You see this? No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. He says he's just agnostic. So he's not atheist. He's not theist. He's just agnostic.
The debate that's supposedly going to be set up, is that only going to be on Discord?
I'm going to restream it.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well, I don't think I can. I mean, a semantic argument is what it is. Usually I try to argue the actual yes versus no in terms of is God real kind of a thing. So I really can't. I really can't help you here.
Yeah. So the plan is to use the semantic argument to shift the discussion, so we're more productive. So
nice.
So if I throw in the semantic wrench in there, people are going to change the way they phrase things permanently. So we say what we mean from now on.
Gotcha. Good idea.
So instead of saying God doesn't exist, you can say, I don't like that God's character.
One thing that I'm seeing out there is, the whole quote unquote atheist thing, which probably includes agnostics for the most part. There's a lot of people that have like church trauma, and somehow, some way, something happened, and they're, they've been in the church for so many years, and now they're not believers, and it's a growing business, so I don't think it's going away anytime soon.
Yeah, but perhaps we can create, atheist cultural trauma too. We'll get people who quit that.
But would you agree that's a byproduct of the church and not of cultural atheism?
Yeah, I would blame the church.
Yeah, definitely failure of the church. One of the failures. So, but
Because
I
there's
think it's real.
plenty.
I mean, a lot of people put their trust slash faith into like church leaders, and then they see the church leaders, failing or something happened, a betrayal, whatever, and then they lose all faith in God, which kind of doesn't make sense. But I understand like the emotional effects of that.
Yeah, I was an atheist for quite a bit, for like 15. How long was it? Like 12 to 15 years. I don't remember exactly, but
Can God hear your prayers, Hank?
um I'm not sure, but if you mean the Abrahamic God, he has agents that work on behalf of him that could hear my prayers when I go to a confessional, but I don't think that's going to be protected for me. I guess they can watch, those agents can watch my YouTube videos, so that's close enough.
So if you confess, the priest has the ability to tell God?
Well, they work on behalf of God in some sense, so
But God may not actually be aware of your prayer.
I don't know. But people who claim to work on behalf of God would have heard the prayer. So
I'd say if you don't know, that makes you an atheist.
all right, I guess I'm atheist to that one particular God, but there's other people whose worship that I could send an email to or something like that, or that we talk to. Like the Pope of agnosticism was just here, so
I would say it's probably more of an agnostic thing because, God, in that concept is he's somewhere out there somewhere. He just doesn't, care about the earth anymore or something like that is usually what they say. So,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
terms of the
still
actual question.
atheism.
Well, to me,
Theism is very
denial.
descriptive.
Yeah, to me, atheist is still just the flat out denial of God in any manner whatsoever. Like the absence of God, the absence of a intelligent being or designer or creator, even a creator. So most atheists are actually agnostic.
Yeah.
I would agree with the second thing you said, but it's kind of contradiction of the first thing you said.
Yeah, it kind of is, but then it gets to the semantics again.
Well, I mean, this is largely a semantical argument.
Yes,
Yeah,
it may be pure semantic. I'm not quite sure, but the goal is to flesh out a language so we speak more clearly and coherently.
But
Then there's a lot of prescriptions there that I'm trying to reject.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't get our morality from the Bible. We shouldn't accept the Bible as infallible word of a higher being. We shouldn't look to the anthropomorphization of our own like guilt and shame as a cult of divinity.
Yeah,
And we should rely on the empirical more than we rely on faith and emotion, etc.
Yeah. So what annoys me with atheists and debating them is that they play this peekaboo game. The lactheists are annoying.
yeah.
So this is probably the whole thing's to stomp out this lactheism position because I'd rather them to say they don't like the character of Yahweh. That's a more clear and coherent and honest interpretation.
They don't like the character, and they don't believe that he has a physical representation in the real universe. That's the other side of atheism.
Yeah, but even if you say it's not that man in the sky, you still have the churches, so that act on his behalf anyhow.
But to answer your question about, does God hear your prayers? I mean, if everything, if there's a judgment day and everything testifies to him, then as long as you have eyes and ears, he hears your prayer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you saying that would just make me call you a theist.
Yeah. Well, that's I'm a believer.
Yeah, the freak is a
Right.
theist.
My point is, Hank doesn't believe that. He's an atheist. He calls himself a theist, but he's not.
No, I'm a theist too. I actually agree with that proposition.
That God can hear your prayers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Limit Tommy's watching. Tell Denson, like many. Let me highlight that. Okay, Tommy says, tell Denison, like many others who won't come to my house, if you're bullshit, you're reaching enough to camp up Hank all day. Hey, Tommy, come in my house. I mean, I had the Pope of Gnosticism on this very stream, so I must be a pretty good host. You know him, Steve McRae. Tommy says the freak is standing on his authority because he is looking weak as fuck.
Do you know what he's talking about?
I do, but I don't care. Tommy, come on up.
Do you know what he's talking about, freak?
Yeah, I know what he's talking about, but I'm not going to engage in that because he doesn't want to find out again.
Okay. Well, I have no idea what you're talking about. So
I'd rather see Tommy flourish and not be having the bad news coming his way again. So that's my position right now. But if you want to test my authority in Jesus Christ, Tommy, we could do that anytime you want.
Let's do it now.
I wouldn't recommend it.
How does that work exactly?
How does that work? Basically, whoever stands in the most truth and is closer to Jesus Christ has the authority.
Does that mean, you can make Jesus get you a bagel on the way to work?
No, it means that what you say will come to pass and what they say won't.
Shut your nobody.
Yeah, so can you do that right now?
Like, that's why I appreciate atheists like Denizen.
I could, but
they
I'm not
help
gonna.
me separate these bullshit Christians like yourself, you camera phone, microphone seeking nobody. They help me discern between those two earlier, and then I can casually go back to debating atheists. But Hank, this isn't good for your channel to let motherfuckers like DeFreak camp up on here like it's not the only place he can get on right now. You're a fucking loser, DeFreak, and I don't respect you. You have no authority in Christ. You're as good as Jack Talcott at false deliverance, at misspeaking the word, and you're the one that will answer for that shit, not me. So thank you, Denizen.
But
thank you for saying things I don't agree with, but long enough that DeFreak can sit here and sheepishly cuck to your overstanding on him.
I don't know what the hell that means, but
I know you don't know
Tommy,
anything, DeFreak. You are absolutely worthless in this community, and you're just going around looking for places where you can still speak your narrative like you're something, but you're not. And that's why we don't see you much of anywhere anymore, especially on my open link clickies, as known on the street as those free payphone clickies that I have.
So what I'm hearing, DeFreak, is you've hurt your friend Tommy's feelings here by
we were never
not
friends.
participating in this panel.
No. My feelings aren't hurt. We were never friends. I'm actually glad he's finally seen for the fake ass nobody he is, like many are starting to be seen. Paul Unslave, Jack Talcott, all the nobodies are finally standing on their rightful spot on this mountain of nobodies as nobody.
what are you
I
talking
am but
about, Tommy?
the cock
Why
that
would Paul-
climbs
why would
upon this
Paul
pile
even
of shit
mention
to
me?
crow.
Why would Paul even mention me? And what does Jack Talcott have against me?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. You're the one who brought it up.
You're the one that's obviously not following or audible comprehending English. I'm saying you're nobody, they're nobody, and the association is irrelevant.
Am I somebody yet? I had a pope of agnostic.
No, I'd like to think you're one of the excused in your dumbfounded ignorance as not, because you keep saying you're wrecking everybody in these streets, Hank. Well, that would assume you'd be up to like 100+ live viewers if you're wrecking everybody in these streets.
Well, I'm up to 20, and I barely stream, so I'm doing really well.
No, you've been on all day. You maxed out right now around 5, and I used you for my little experiment. Like,
so my StreamYard says 19 viewers. I'm on Twitter and YouTube. So
ooh, Twix.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter and YouTube.
Twix.
Yeah,
that's the next banking superpower.
Yeah, so my stats say I'm at 19 viewers. So
hey, not bad. Give her my number.
I will.
What's it showing, Tommy, is your disingenuousness towards Hank.
I'm very genuine. I'm sick of your little narrative games. I'm done talking to you. Why don't you
what do you mean
know your role, little boy, and you got your fucking mouth?
I have a
You're
question,
nobody to
Tommy.
free.
I have a question for you, Tommy. I'm glad you're here. My question is, do slaves have free will?
Yeah, that's why they're slaves. A slave and a master requires cooperation. Oh, the African Americans don't like that one. They don't like to hear that their generational servitude to the white man, whether it was white men, black men, whatever, they don't like to hear that slavery requires cooperation as with them and the master. They're both cooperating with each other.
Oh, okay. So,
and that's an aspect of free will.
Oh, okay. So if the choice is you be a slave or you die, well, you're cooperating to survive. Which
Still a choice. It was a choice when their African tribes enslaved them after an African tribal war. It was a choice when they were being sold off. It's always a choice.
Oh, okay. So
all you have in life is choices. Even if it looks like there is no choice, there is a choice.
Yeah. So if the choice is to be dead or be a slave, it's still a choice. So it doesn't really matter if the choices all suck.
Are you crying because they both suck? Do you think that your choice should always include a cherry sundae, a cherry top sundae? Is that the requirement of your choices?
Well, in order for it to be free, it would have to be unconstrained, non-coercive, etc.
Yeah, that'd be non-coercive. Yeah.
No, and in order for it to be your will, it would have to be something that you truly want, not just something that you're accepting.
No, it's within your abilities. It has nothing to do with what you want. Your choices have nothing to do with desire. Your choices.
So there's no will involved.
What are your options?
Yeah, there's no will involved in free will.
So there's no will and there's no freedom, but yet you call it.
What do you
free
mean
will?
There's no will? Do you know how much will you have to do to choose death over slavery? That's a lot of will.
Here's the thing: a rock's doing its thing. It's just sitting there and doing whatever it does.
A rock?
Yeah.
Why are you comparing free will to a rock?
Because a rock's working within its ability to pick.
A rock is not consciousness. It may be some vibration of energy to look like it's still and hard and solid whenever it's actually, the frequencies. That's neither here nor there. You're talking about human consciousness, free will that does exist.
The issue
so then essentially free will is just awareness of a choice.
Am I debating two people?
Sure, why not?
Or you could just have a discussion with all four.
No, not with you three motherfuckers. No, I can't. I mean, Denizen, I don't know if we've interacted much. I know with these other two motherfuckers, I can't just have a discussion with them.
I mean, we had a discussion with other people.
You forgot who the fuck you invited up here, Hank. I am quite the free walking entity in this panelverse. I gave it half the terms you used today.
Okay.
Sounds like you're ready to test your authority in Jesus Christ.
Fuck you, the freak. You're worshiping the wrong Jesus Christ. Like, I've had that open clickies many a time, and I can see my chat talking to you, and you don't click it, do you? Because you know you done got handled. You know you done got dealt with.
I forgave you for your errors.
Yeah, you have nothing you can forgive me from. You offer me no, I've offered no apology to you because I owe you nothing, and you can grant me nothing that you say. You're fake, and it's sad if you don't find that out till you're burning next to your buddy atheist in hell when you realize
You
it.
know what? I miss the good old days. You know what the good old days were for me? How old is everybody here?
32 for me.
80s kid.
Freak?
I'll be 50 in August.
Bullshit.
So, Freak and Tommy, you may agree with this, even though it might not be the good old days from your perspective, but there was a time when theists used to think it was more interesting to debate atheists than it was to fight among themselves over their version of Christianity.
Oh, I agree with you there, because I just shared a Marmari Emmanuel video where they're trying to just disband him from the Assyrian church. And he's like, look at all these Christians today. Oh, they want to fight amongst themselves because they know as Christians, they're not going to retaliate. I'll go attack this Christian because he's a Christian. He won't retaliate. They ain't got the balls to hit their fucking public schools over this fucking porn in the libraries and the fucking transitional fucking bullshit that we're sending kids through. No, they don't want to go after that and look like assholes. They want to be like Toilet Bowl Earth, CBO, EBT. They want to fight amongst themselves as philosophy bros and debate bros. I do agree with you there, Dennis.
Also, I'm not sure you got the email sent you, but Toilet Bowl Earth also wants to be an ETHUG too. In fact,
he wants to what?
Be in ETHUG. He was joining the machine lives physically. So hopefully, we can watch that if I still have access.
Did you watch last night's Spurg News? Did you see me cover Toilet Bowl Earth?
Yes, I knew you were doing that.
All right, yeah, then I don't care. The only thing he's got to say is, hey, Toms, when's your next live I can join? That's the only thing I want to hear from Toilet Bowl Earth, Cockbody Stuckline, EBT, any of these.
You need to have the Freak on.
Cases. No, I already did. I wrecked him in his ass. I wrecked him so hard in his meta asshole, he wants a picture of my dick now. Because he's a pseudo-homosexual.
Yeah.
I need food. I'll be right back.
Yeah. But you think slaves have free will? You think just free will is just if you have a choice, you have free will. If you just act in your nature, you have free will.
You always have a choice, so you always have free will then, if that's what you needed.
Okay. Do babies that get aborted have free will?
That's different. They're aborted. They never really got into this whole, out of their parents' care. Like even as an adolescent, let's say once you're competent, you have free will. But babies don't even know a language. They don't even know what they're in yet. So if you want to play those little semantic games and claim that you win, we can agree to disagree. But whatever concept it is, whatever crossing over rite of passage someone reaches in their life, at that point they have free will and it'll never go away after that.
So what is the rite of passage for slaves?
The point where they can decide whether they'd rather die or stay eternally slave, or risk escape, or whatever they would rather try, which is part of their free will, than just agree and cooperate in their servitude.
So by that logic, they don't go on a rite of passage till they start escaping.
Well, by my logic, it's they have to have the ability to. A baby born into slavery, I can't say that they have to survive long enough to have the concept that they're enslaved and have that notion that I don't think this is the way it should be for me. And at that point, they have the free will. Do you start corroborating how you're going to escape, how you're going to make them kill you, or whatever, anything but continue your indentured servitude?
So you have a weird way of validating your faith, Tommy.
Go fuck yourself, heretic. I'm not here to talk to you. You don't have the right. You've lost that. If you want to talk to me, come click the link when it's a time. I'll accept you.
What did I do that
you've
was
been
so
made
bad?
a fool of. I can't believe you're almost 50 because I've made a fool of you over and over again, and you still stand on your faggot bullshit wanting a picture of my dick.
How is you having me on the block list?
Don't say you. I'll speak for myself. If you're almost 50, you should understand that, bitch. I'll say for me, you don't do a very good job of saying for you. That's why you don't have respect around here. That's why nobody cares to hear what you're saying. That's why you're camped up on Hank.
No, that's all you're doing is
Oh, I don't count as a
grandstanding
person.
like
There's
Paul is,
nothing
because-
wrong with your show, Hank, but people are going to come and try and take advantage of you letting anybody up that'll come up.
No, just
Like, you
block
can
people.
let him up. Hank, you can let him up. I don't have to acknowledge him. I can tell him he's a fake fucking bitch and ignore him
but you
all I
did
want.
acknowledge me,
That's
even in the
my
chat.
free will.
I mean, but you did acknowledge me, so like, here I am.
Shut the fuck up, and I'll stop acknowledging you.
Well,
And then I'll
the
watch
thing
you
is,
cry
Tommy,
in the
how
chat
is
after
you
chat
having
that I
me on your
booted
block
you,
list?
that I
How
ignore
is
you, that I've
having me on
muted
your
you,
block
and
list
I'll
my
watch
fault,
everybody
making you look
go
like a
back
fool?
to not
It
giving
actually
a
makes
fuck.
you look like the fool because you kept telling me to come up, and I was on that block list. So you.
I've never told you to come
a
up.
mistake. You're still the
You
fool
weren't
because
on the
you're
block
still
list.
mad at me
I
about
showed
that.
it to you live, and this is
I already
why I'm
forgave
done
you.
with you.
I already
You're just
forgave you
gonna
so that
loop
you
your
wouldn't be under the
bullshit.
curse.
I
And
already
here you
proved
are
it in
looking
front
for
of
another
Hank and
curse.
JG. Just ramble over me, you 50-year-old faggot. I'm not
Just
gonna send you
kidding.
dick pics. No matter
Well, yeah,
how
I
much
mean,
you
what am I
cry to
supposed to
any
do? I
YouTube
can't even get
channel,
it in a
I'm
word,
not
so of
gonna
course I'm
send
gonna
you
have to
dick
talk over
pics,
you because this is
faggot.
the way it works. But me looking like the fool is ridiculous because you're the one who had me on the block list, and you're telling me to come up. Yeah, I couldn't come up because I was on your block list, and it was either an accident or you're full of shit. So who's the fool?
Yeah, he left on his own. I didn't boot
All
him.
right. I still like Tommy. I still love Tommy. I have nothing against Tommy. I forgave him. I don't really care. I just don't want him to be under the curse. But if he wants to smoke, we could test his authority in Jesus Christ at any time he wants.
Oh, okay. But yeah, his definition of free will is pretty odd if slaves have free will. But let's watch the No Jack's video of Torbo Earth Strat is still up, so let's watch that right now. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna stop the share screen and present it again.
I literally had to go onto Benton's live stream to relay a message to his stream that I couldn't see, or no one could see me in Tommy's chat. Yet he's sitting there calling me out, like, hey punk, come on up. Well, there's no link. How can I come up? It's like it's an empty. It's like it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, just like this is gonna be. Freaking
liar! How am I liar? Hank even saw this. Hank even saw it. He had to go into Discord and send me the link.
That's true.
So
that is a fact. I did have to send
a witness here.
Yeah, I did send him a link in Discord.
I don't have any problem with you, Tommy. I don't know what your problem is, but if you want, listen. Never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. So let's see something else ridiculous. Toilet bowl Earth.
Husband said some fucking outlandish, fucking wild, fucking fantasy shit, like people raped my wife. Okay, and that's why people ask me why I give a fuck about this dude, why I care. I'm gonna fucking beat him the fuck up. Okay, that's the least of his concern. What he needs to be like, okay, when that's gonna happen is not something that he needs to worry about, and I'm not gonna worry about, and nobody's gonna know about after this is all done. But I'm gonna beat the fuck out of this dude. That's plain and simple. Okay, the machine license is gonna get his ass fucking beat, like the brakes off of him. Okay, I'm gonna drag him to his mosque. Might even light his ass on fire in front of him. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. This little bitch. Okay, ain't nobody talk about your fucking stupid ass fucking wife, motherfucker. Okay, you see, call my wife a nigger, it's over for you. And you're the fucking little bitch, motherfucker, that want to talk shit about EBT saying, EBT saying the N word. You wouldn't say that shit around here in Detroit. Yada. Meanwhile, you call my wife one at the same time, bro. I'm going to fucking break your jaw. I'm gonna fucking ruin your life, son. Call the cops now. That's what you need to do. That's the only recourse at this point.
No, you're not.
Wait, what's the recourse?
Stupid fucking hairy fucking gunt of a fucking person, dude. I'm gonna fucking destroy you.
Have you seen yourself in the mirror?
I don't even give a fuck. You think I give a shit about some YouTube channel?
Yes. Multiple
YouTube channels. Just don't understand how this works. You care about some YouTube channel? You think I care about subscriberinos, bro? And your fake ass dude, you have literally 20 people watching your fucking live stream. Excuse me, 19.
Yes, literally 20.
19 people watching your live stream.
20
I'm
right
gonna
now.
break the fuck out of your jaw, bro. You and your fucking faggot ass little brother that you like to hide behind and go, oh, you try to threaten my little brother. I'm gonna break your fucking face, nigga. I don't even care. It's like the same dude. Like, man, you have no idea, man. You can sit around. You keep doing your live streams. It's fine.
I
It's
will.
gonna catch up to you, bro. I'm gonna fuck your shit up. You're gonna know. Yeah, keep doing your live streams, bro. It's fine.
He's taking this a little personally, I think.
One day when you're walking out your house, or your brother's walking out your house. You're walking out your house. Everything's all good. You're walking out to the bus stop because that's where you live. Because you don't have a car. You don't have a job. I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna run the fade with your dumbass. I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you, and it's gonna be fucking sad. Because the fact that I have to traverse all the way to Michigan to beat the fuck out of you for you to understand how to be a fucking.
Well, we don't have to do that. Like I had the video game with ethics policy is still ongoing. You can resolve this digitally. There's no reason for you to drive all the way to Michigan just because you want to beat up the machine lies. You can just play a video game. Maybe you can probably play Street Fighter 2 online against each other. There's no point wasting the gas.
Tommy already has me blocked.
Fucking man, it's fucking awful. 2 fucking marriages. 1 woman ran away. You want to talk about my wife? You call her.
Well, I know he's not talking to me, but you know what? I think if he wants to be at the machine lies, I actually just step in and say, me first. I want the first shot at Toilet Bowl Earth. So you can table the machine lies. You deal with me. Let's see how far he can beat my head in. Oh my! Hopefully, I can feel it.
And Tommy's physically afraid of me because he's already got me blocked. That's worse than the vanity machine. You know, that's the only reason I would go up on your panel anyway, Tommy, is to blast vanity because he's a punk.
But yeah, I know TV's not talking with me, but it'd be cool if he was. But he probably won't even throw dress my way because he knows how it would resolve and it won't be in his favor. Or he'll watch this and say, "Oh man, you get this one too." Good, come. I'll tell you where to come to, and we'll just continue this video.
Nigger, bro, I literally will fucking. It's over for you. I don't give a fuck about your channel, dude. I'll restream your channel. I really just don't care. You're such a fucking piece of shit.
We stream this one too.
It's like a myth this way or not. Especially that.
Excuse me, was she say juices? Did you say juices? Is this lady Annapurna trying to hook up with Machine Lies? Does she realize the gaslighting fucking threat that she's looking upon right now? I don't know. Could somebody email her? Does any one of our friends? Oh, I just don't even know, man.
That doesn't make any
I just don't
sense,
even fucking
Tommy.
know, man.
Tommy, that doesn't make any sense because I can
So-
see you in the
I
StreamYard
can't
chat,
fucking
but I don't
stand
see you in
these
the
people, man. I
YouTube
can't fucking
chat.
stand these people.
But I did see you in the YouTube chat before you came on the panel, so that means that you actively blocked me.
I really fucking can't stand
to lie and tell me that God is more with you than me. How does that work, Tommy?
So with my model, we can explain how that works. So let's what's Toilet Bowl Google has to say. Let's go back a little more.
Go with Machine Lies. Does she realize the gaslighting fucking threat that she's looking upon right now? I don't know. Could somebody email her? Does any one of our friends? Oh, I just don't even know, man. I just don't even fucking know, man. I can't even fucking stand these fucking people, man. I can't fucking stand these people. I can't even fucking stand these fucking people, man. I can't fucking stand these people. I really fucking can't stand them. I just fucking bunch of fucking man.
And now there's more of us.
Man, just like, yeah, I could beat.
Better restream me too. I'm here.
Fucking people to death. Anyway, I just don't get it, man. I really don't get it. I really just fucking people are fucking. I almost feel like they're fucking avatars. You know, like when I bring up these like when I bring up the screens like this.
Now it's Toilet Bowl Google Earth. He's going to allegedly be physical with the Machine Lies, and it won't be gay at all.
So here's the deal with the fake Tommy Chris Strokes, whatever he says, optic thing, lie, because he said he said, I'm sorry, Cynthia said that she's seen it, okay, but if you listen to Tommy every stream, he's got to go on about a 30-minute rant about how discreditable Cynthia is. So he discredited the only witness who says that he's packing heat, okay. So that means at this point, there's no credible witness. That means there's got to be some sort of evidence before he could actually continue this narrative that he's always talking the narrative. It's just a narrative at this point, Tommy. It's not real.
Packing heat with his dick or his gun? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, Cynthia was saying on Flo's panel one night, that she saw something or whatever about Tommy, and she was confirming what Tommy says about, what he says, the narrative, the fake narrative, whatever. But
he has some guns. I saw him before.
No. Wait, what are you talking about? You're talking about it. What do you mean guns?
The pew pew thing. I know he has a pew pew.
How do you know?
He showed it to us.
Is that right?
Yeah, he shows his pew pew sign. He can't brandish it, but he could have it on display,
like an imprint.
Yeah. Yeah. You can show the pew pews. You just can't brandish it to the.
Oh no! I'm not talking about firearms. I'm talking about his actual junk.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay, fair enough. What I'm saying is Cynthia was talking about his junk, okay, and was confirming what Tommy's narrative says, right? But then you go over to Tommy's channel, and he's talking about how discreditable Cynthia is as a witness, that she's a liar. I mean, and he'll go on and on and on about her for whatever reason. So that means that we have no clear evidence. If she's a liar, and he's got the junk, well, now we need evidence because he's discredited the only witness that was testifying for his junk.
I don't really think Cynthia's all that credible. So,
okay, fair enough. So we need evidence now. If Tommy's going to continue the narrative,
you need evidence. I don't care.
I don't care either. But I mean, if he's going to continue the narrative, then there's got to be evidence shown, because otherwise, Cynthia's a liar supposedly, and Tommy's a liar too.
I don't know if he's a liar. There's no reason for me to disbelieve he's packing what he's packing.
So anyhow, Tommy is such a schizophrenic spurg that I can't even have this discussion with him without him basically overrunning me, Pabloing me in the back. And it's like, I can't even get what I just said right there, which is not a whole heck of a lot, out on the floor, because he spurgs out on me all the time on his channel. So I don't know. I'm not worried about it. I forgave Tommy. I don't have any beef with anyone right now, except I don't like that vanity machines. I think he's a pile of crap, and he's leading souls in the wrong direction. So I do have a problem with him.
Yeah, but you can tell Little Tommy's not a true autist because he would have full spur control like I do.
Agree.
Brandon and I have full. We achieve full spur control, so we never spurg out. Brent's focused on his show still, so he's always on self-promotion, but he hasn't spurged out for the couple of days I knew him.
Yeah, I don't know if Tommy gets triggered or whatever, and I mean, I don't even know why. Like, if I'm so like, he should be ignoring me. Like, I'm that irrelevant. Like you said, but he's either trying to tempt God or he just doesn't like me, but I don't even come at him. I forgave him. I don't really care. I don't want him under the curse, and I don't want him to, I don't want to see him suffering. So I forgave him. It's all good. We could have a cursing party. That's just my kind of party, but he doesn't want to, apparently.
Yeah, I like having Tommy around because he is like a firewall against the Keystone Cop crew.
Yeah,
if he's doing it, I don't have to do it as much, so it takes some work off of me.
Yeah, but you know what I was disappointed in? Like last night was when J.R. Busker, or whoever that guy is, the Preserving Culture or whatever.
Yeah.
was spurging last night on Machine Lies about how he was accused of being a pedo whatever.
Yeah.
And Tommy went through the same
Yeah.
shit and didn't even offer one bit of wisdom or advice for the guy. He just let the guy spurg on. So that's kind of suspect right there, Tommy. What do you wish I could ask you about that, but forget about it. I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And Busker was just saying, "Oh, I'm gonna sue everyone," and I'm so afraid I took my channel down. I don't think it's gonna work because Officer Snaps is still accusing everyone. He's still around, so
I don't think it was Snaps, but just the whole being accused thing. Tommy went through that for a year or whatever he said, probably a year and a half, I think. And so he could probably offer the guy a little bit of what he learned anyway. And he didn't do shit.
Here's the thing: they don't know what jurisdiction you're in. They don't know what they don't know who the victim is. They can't file a police report yet. They don't have anything, so it's nothing to care about yet. All they do is screaming something on the internet.
Yeah, I think the guy overreacted, but he said he brought his own channel down. I mean,
yeah,
I think that's an overreaction. What do you think?
Well, here's the thing. I got Bunny Christ, aka Rent, to take his own channel down because I caught him just making a fool of himself. So if you destroy your own content, then it's just an admission that there's something wrong with your content.
I would agree with that. What did you call him? Bunny what?
Bunny Christ.
Bunny Christ. That's hilarious.
Yeah. I even have a sigil for him. It's a rabbit and cross. So
nice.
Rabbit emoji, then the cross emoji.
I mean, I don't want to bring that whole thing back to Tommy, but that's just another thing that baffles me a little bit about him. But like I said, I love Tommy. I always have, like, ever since I first saw him on Benton's channel. I thought he was like the greatest troll I've ever seen. And he just doesn't like me now, I guess. So I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, you'll probably come around. So yeah. So I have the sigil form. There's a rabbit head emoji, then the cross emoji. So I call it that Bunny Christ, and that means rant.
I love that.
Yeah, and the etymology of it is that he used to go by Bunny before he went by, I guess, intellectual imbecile, and before he called himself Rant when he thought it was going to go big. Going distract. All he did was do a couple gotchas to Flow State and Jack Telcon and Cynthia, but that's pretty easy to do. It's not a big deal. And every time he went up against me, he got destroyed.
Nice. You know who does a great Rant impersonation is Tommy.
Yes, Tommy does a really good Bunny Christ impression.
I was thinking about trying to hone in on Pops, and like I could do Pops and he could do Rant, but he won't go for that.
Yeah, Tommy doesn't like he picks and chooses who he wants to collaborate with. It's a lot much like so.
Yeah,
he wants it his way the entire time. So, and that's why Benton and Tommy's not doing the boat thing. No, I hope they still do the boat thing.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I hope they could figure out resolve their differences and do the boat thing still.
Yeah, I hope he'll. I was never out to fucking get Tommy or anything like that. I was trying to help him, but anyway, he rejects everything. I guess he's just stubborn. I don't know what it is.
So I think he's an MBTI ENTJ. So he just that's the way he wants to. He just likes to be in control.
Yeah, I can understand that, but the problem is, like, I don't think he's got one good working relationship with anybody out here. Like, not one person. You know, maybe one person. So it's like at a certain point you have to look in the mirror. You know.
Well, that one person I would say is me. He was willing to come up. He wasn't that angry at me and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but even then, he's still kind of backhanded, slighted you a little bit, you know. But it's just strange, you know. I just wish him the best.
Yeah, but he knows how I roll. He spent enough time with me. If he gave me any significant displeasure, I will act and I won't warn him.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'll do the thing and tell you why I did it. I won't even bother. I won't count out to it. He's seen me what I do without actual power, so he knows damn well what I do with power.
I think him and Goblin get along, so that, you know, that's a plus for him, I guess. You know, Vanity Machine, I guess, likes him or whatever.
Yeah,
that won't last. They're both Vanity's too stupid to maintain that. But that's about all I see. Like he even spurgs out on the girls that like are infatuated with him. So like how does that? I just don't get it.
I'm still trying to figure out how that stuff works. Pretty much, people just have their fetishes and just pick who aligns with them.
I have a new theory.
Excellent. Shoot.
Hank converted to theism for the argument.
For the what?
Atheists agree with each other too much. He wanted some of that sweet, sweet Christian angster and anger debate. He saw these Christians tearing each other apart, and he wanted in on that sweet theism debate juice.
So he just looking for a fight?
Yeah.
Maybe.
That's plausible. I mean, I had to get the debate juice to offer it to any possible deity of conflict, chaos, or something like that. But that definitely wouldn't make me a deist, right? If I have it like offered debate juice to a god, that wouldn't make me a theist. So.
The Christian versus atheist debate is like, it's Nixon versus Kennedy.
Yes.
You know, it's televised, it's in black and white. Everybody's, you know, cordial with one another. But when you get into the theist versus theist debate, that's fucking WWE SmackDown.
Oh yeah,
chairs and tables.
Oh, I want to do theist versus theist so bad.
That's one of the reasons why I brought up that atheism is good business right now, is because you can't go into an atheist debate and think that they're going to be receptive to anything, because it's actually a business for them now. They're profiting from it. So they're going to fight tooth and nail and with every drop of blood that they have to protect that institution that they've created.
Yes, the Atheist Code of Austin, which the mature now became the line against everyone. Like half the people affiliated with it before the Dilly Hunty Fall are on the line host right now. So
well, now you know how atheists have felt about theists forever.
That's true. But the fact that they have that institution set up and it's bringing in money and people are needing that emotional healing, it's not, you know, they're not going to be receptive. They're not going to accept anything. They're not going to change their mind regardless, unless Jesus actually comes down and does a magic show for them. They're not going to move their position. So I find it unproductive to argue with the staunch declared, you know, atheist types like maybe a Spatchcock or something. Which I think he's funny, but you know, they are dug in and they're not going to move their position. So I find it more productive to go after, well, not go after, but to try to convince others from just regular run-of-the-mill communities.
Yeah, but I want those people to be more honest about their position. What they really mean is that they hate Yahweh. They hate Yahweh's character. I think they're saying that that Yahweh doesn't exist is an afterthought because he knows they know he doesn't like that anyways. But the main thing is that they don't like the character.
Yeah, I think you're right. But to me, that's it's illogical because they'll go back and they'll judge God on his morality in the Old Testament about how he flooded and killed everyone and how this and this and that and the other and the other. And it's all God's fault. But if they believe that that's true, if they believe that that's true, why don't they consider the carnage that's fitting to come, because that's all prophesied? So they fear all that and say he's a bad God, but yet they don't fear what's actually going to happen and still don't reference him. So to me,
Well, they don't believe it to be true.
Yeah, I don't believe
the point. No. The point is you believe it to be true. That's why it's an argument.
Yeah.
Theists believe God is the source of objective morality.
Yeah.
So criticizing his track record when it comes to morality is an anti-theist position.
Yeah, and usually atheists argue that suffering equals evil. So since the God allows for suffering, then he's evil, and they take the juxtaposition that the right interpretation of God is the God of the classical theism God that's all loving and stuff. So there's a contradiction there, and they use that to negate God's possibility.
Yeah, for me, morality is a weak argument for both sides and a complete wash. It's unproductive. And the fact is, the flesh itself, a human flesh and social groups, what I'm saying is social feedback is enough to establish morality in the flesh. So I don't even argue morality. What I'm saying is if they're so judgmental about what God did in the past, why don't they reverence what he's going to do and the killing or the whatever you want to call it that's going to happen in the future? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing atheists do is that they only talk about pretty much Yahweh, the Abrahamic God. If they every once in a while said Cali was bad or Eris is a bitch, I would say, okay, then I could say maybe your position is consistent.
Nah, see, you're doing it again. The only reason they don't argue those is because theists aren't making excuses for it.
Okay.
If it were still popular for theists to try to make excuses for those gods, then atheists would be left attacking them as well.
Yeah, but if I just go on the historical record, pretty much the argument against like the Greek deities or the Christian ones. So modern atheists just use the Christian arguments, but they can't really use the Christian arguments because the way it's structured. So they use the Abrahamic God to negate those other gods. Then they just use contradiction to get rid of the Abrahamic God. And I think that's not a good way to go. They need to take each God claim one at a time. They have to go. They can't use the Abrahamic God as a cheat code to get rid of that's Greek Roman pantheon. If they aren't assuming an Abrahamist position, but Abrahamist worldview. That's why most of these atheists I would call Abrahamic misotheists, since they're culturally Abrahamist.
To me, it's it's a weak argument for especially theists to say that kind of stuff, because I know a lot of good people that are atheists. You know, being a good person doesn't depend on what's in the Bible. That right there kind of, it's like, so I don't even, to me, I don't even argue that to prove or disprove God. The morality thing is a non-issue for me.
Yeah, another thing is that there's a whole bunch in the Bible that is wrong. There's a lot of stuff that were prescribed by God directly in the Bible that we won't do because
that would be
Constitution. So
that would be my question: is like, why is God so damned immoral then?
What's the example?
Maybe one of genocide.
Take your pick,
Well, but then Sodom and Gomorrah is anti-LGBT.
if you want to make it that general thing, all I could say in rebuttal is full knowledge.
Yeah, that would make sense, except if we assume he's perfect, then he wouldn't create a non-perfect world. So a fallen world wouldn't be a possibility.
Or if he did it intentionally.
How could you be perfect without full knowledge? And the fact that he had to gain that full knowledge doesn't mean that he doesn't discard a few things anyway, like death and evil. Eventually.
We wouldn't know if we've been actualized or not.
And we don't get our morality from God then, because it's still opposed to his own.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about where it comes from, because to me, the flesh can establish morality alone by its social feedback alone. So it really, to say it's God's fault or to say it's man's fault, it's a wash. I mean, I just don't even I try not to engage in that side of the theist and atheist debate, as much as possible. I just try to use other methods.
Interesting. I have a lot of new subscribers. I have 101 subscribers now.
Nice. So that guy Steven seems like Steve. He seems like he's pretty debate. What do you call it? Experienced, like this whole semantic thing.
McRae, yes, Steve McRae, yes, he's done debates. He hosted a non sequitur show, so he knows about debates. He hosted a whole bunch. So that was the big show before the Monday debate existed. He hosted with Kyle Curtis, who scammed Steve out his money and now is in jail because Kyle hit his own boyfriend. That Kyle Curtis was Steve McRae's old co-host. So Steve got back to just doing a regular job, and he hosts his shows when he has time.
That's the first time I've ever seen him or anything, so I don't know anything about that. Sounds dramatic already.
Yeah, so pretty much, I was a thing, and another side of the panel verse, mostly the debate sphere. I was a peanut gallery in the debate sphere, but that was pre Tommy, so he wouldn't know about that.
Okay.
So that's why Steve McRae knew me for a long time, as he would say, because I was around.
Yeah. Another thing I'll say is, the theists definitely are cutthroat I wouldn't say cutthroat, but they're pretty aggressive, and they're pretty, they're dedicated to basically cutting down other different, aspects of Christianity within Christianity and all that other stuff. But I think there's an underlying basic understanding that we're all still, believing in Christ and Christians, even though they go pretty hard at each other and whatnot. But push comes to shove, just like if you go to jail, if you're either black or white or Mexican, you're gonna end up in the right camp, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
From the inside, that may look like cohesion. I can tell you, as an atheist, it's proof that we're correct.
I would say you're probably right. That's definitely the perception. I would say is definitely right. But it's just Christian vanity. Like, they're probably tired of trying to convince atheists, so they just go in on each other because it's just vanity.
Well, I just need better arguments.
Yeah, maybe.
There aren't any, though. It's if you're a Christian, it's not a fair argument.
Well, that's
Christians don't have a fair go at it. They really don't. I mean, I don't envy the position.
Yeah, but that's why we're storing semantics, so we can just have a language to talk without talking past each other. That's why I want to start at semantics.
Excellent. That's a good way to start, That's not to say that they won't, whenever someone gets in a bad position, that's not to say that they're not going to try and skirt around and use that kind of stuff. But, that's to be expected, actually.
I think William Lane Craig hurt Christianity.
Who's that?
He did a disservice to a whole generation of Christians because
he's a presuppositional apologist.
Right.
I would say I'm not sure. I haven't decided. I think he actually helped.
The God realm, it exists. Both atheists and theists agree that God is outside of science. And when you try to make the logical or scientific argument for God, you just make an ass out of yourself. But if you admit that it's based on emotion and faith, hope, love, community, worship, reverence, submission, etc., when you admit that it's based on these qualities, these traditional qualities that have value in society, you make the best argument for God.
Well, that would be inside science. It would just be anthropology rather than physics, even though I guess the bottom of all science would be physics anyways. So,
but here's the thing.
Yeah.
When you argue for God, God is inclusive of everything, including science, whereas science excludes everything by its very nature. So, in reality, what's the greater ideology?
No, there's for different things. So, science what science does is it'll be the settlement process for facts. So if we're trying to figure out what's out there, how does the thing work, it'll be the ultimate settlement process between just universities and institutions to see what facts are in this universe. So what gods do is organize people to guess. Pretty much, gods are part of rituals, so it helps organize how people operate. So that's different things.
I'd say that's been the failure of the church, an institution that, a man-made, set up institution. But so I could see that, but science still hasn't disproven God. So it's one of those.
It's unfalsifiable.
The
theist God has been disproven by Epicurus, logically.
By who?
Well, one of them.
Epicurus.
Well,
logically, how so?
One theist God has been disproven, but
there is no all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving being. It's logically inconsistent. So you can have a variety of different gods. You can even have a bad god, like a huckster god. But you can't have the one that Christians claim comes from the Bible.
Well, the Christian thing comes from the Bible is not from the Bible. That God's not in there.
There's an argument to be made for that.
What was the logical argument for that?
Oh, so I just need to cite one my favorite verse from the Bible. Let me present it because I still have that tab open.
There cannot be an all-powerful, all-knowing, whatever. What was the logical argument for that, Dennisons?
Because evil exists.
Yeah. Well, so Isaiah 45:7, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
Right. So he created evil. That doesn't mean he's the agent of evil. But then when they were in the garden, excuse me, when they were in the garden, they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That means that we are actually witnessing we are defining what good and evil is by our testimony and our witness.
Well, who made that tree and put it there?
Well, God did,
and he knew everything that was going to happen too. That's the other key component. So he's fully aware of all the evil that will occur.
Okay, so how else is he supposed to gain full knowledge? One, and two,
God.
For
Adam,
he have it. He wouldn't need to do that.
God has full knowledge. He doesn't need to obtain it.
Omniscient God, he has full knowledge.
Okay, so he has the full knowledge, but now you have to establish it and seal it so that it can't be changed going in the past. Okay, so you have to have a witness because the Bible says by 2 or more witnesses is anything established. So now we are establishing what will be judged.
Ooh, interesting.
The logical argument doesn't hold any weight. It's a false.
The only reason he would create evil is to prove good. Is that your argument?
I mean, I guess I could say that, but my argument would be full knowledge and nothing is established or set or sealed and or set in stone or sealed until it's witnessed.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
yeah.
but God still created evil regardless.
Witness.
Right, full knowledge. How else would he know everything?
He knew it before he created it.
Right, and so we are establishing that by our witness, which will be judged.
Right, so he created evil just to judge it.
How else are you going to have full knowledge?
Well, he had full knowledge before he created evil.
Right, but it still had to be established. I mean, it's just like when we conceive of something like dark matter, it's just a concept. He's actually establishing what is going to be eternally set.
But he already knows what will be eternally set.
Right, but you still have to establish what you still have to have the witnesses to establish it. Otherwise, it could be changed and rechanged and revision history.
He could just not create evil.
Well, he could, but that place is called heaven.
Right, so he still created an evil place.
Right, so he full knowledge.
So he could have just created heaven and not create the other stuff.
Well, he did. He created heaven and everything, but what they did was they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and so now evil is being played out.
He knew that they were going to do that.
Probably, but you still have to establish it once they, so he could know, but that's still just the thought in his own mind. It doesn't matter. Now it's being established so that it can be judged.
Which is even worse.
Why?
It's like the difference between a thought crime and an actual crime.
Right. A thought crime.
He could have just known about evil. Instead, he set it onto the world.
Right. A thought crime only exists in the person's mind, in God's mind in that case. So, but actual hate crime.
He could have left it there.
He could have, but then how are you going to have actual full knowledge that's established so that it can be judged?
Who? God?
Right.
Well, God can judge himself. He's all-knowing and all-powerful.
He doesn't have to judge himself. He's perfect.
Well, there you go. Then there's no reason for him to create evil to begin with.
So if you're going to continue into a eternal realm that is light with no darkness, you have to establish what is good and evil. That way, the darkness can be purged.
Right, but you don't have to keep evil among the earth. One could argue ruling it for all of eternity, which now let's say 6,000 years.
Well, I mean, the particle plane in this earth isn't for eternity, but you have to establish what is good and evil. That way, when you do have the people that are going to be in heaven, they won't be doing evil.
You could just not make evil and let everybody into heaven.
Well, let's just say you're right. Then we would accuse God of not having full knowledge of evil.
I do accuse God of not having full knowledge of evil.
That's for open theism.
That's what we're doing right now.
If he exists. If God exists, he's shit at it. I have a better morality than he does.
How can you say that? But even if that's true, he's still your God. Like, you can't get it right. What are you going to go to his boss and say, hey, he's evil, I'm good, and you should pick me?
Well, I'm not going to admire him or worship him.
If
he's
he does have a boss, yes.
He's a piece of shit and he can go fuck himself. Like I was forced to have a job with a boss I didn't like because I didn't make great economic decisions in my youth. So I was living paycheck to paycheck and I had to have the job, but I didn't respect my boss or the work I was doing. And so every day I go home and smoke a joint and hate my fucking boss, but I still showed up for work on time the next morning.
That's fine.
That's
He's still
essentially
your
what your
boss.
God is. He's like a celestial dictator. He's evil. He doesn't give a shit. He does whatever he wants, no matter how much suffering it causes. But because he's the boss, he's the boss.
Well, he's still the boss, and he can still fire you. But how can you sit there and say that he doesn't give a shit when he sent Jesus Christ?
He sacrificed yet another human with days and days of suffering and torture in order to make his point. I mean, it just sounds like a bigger asshole.
He sent part of himself to us and suffered like
Oh,
us.
Jesus Christ. Talk about a narcissist. Now he's going to put himself on the sacrificial pyre?
Yeah.
So
For you,
God made himself
believe it or
into
not.
a victim.
So I think I found definitions of theist and atheist and agnostic that I like. So theist affirms witnessing gods, atheist deny witnessing gods, and agnostic doesn't affirm or deny witnessing gods.
That's interesting.
That's good. That's pretty good.
That's pretty fucking good, Hank. Holy shit. I almost want to print that out and see if I can disprove it.
Okay. Are you on the Machine License Discord?
No, I don't think so. I got my own Discord. You want to join it?
Yeah, I'll join it.
All right,
Go
let me
ahead and
put
put
it
it.
in.
Yeah, go ahead and put it in private chat. I'll forward it to the private chat if you want me to, and I'll join it and upload this. But that witnesses is self-referential, so I actually like that phrasing. So theist affirms witnessing gods, atheist deny witnessing gods, and agnostic doesn't affirm or deny.
It's pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
Steve might just be, might argue against that just to be contrary, but I think that's pretty good.
Yes, Steve's an idea those he probably wouldn't pretty much he would disagree, but as long as my definitions are consistent enough that I can tell my story, it doesn't matter. It'll just say, okay, that makes sense, but it's wrong. I'm okay. I'll stop listening to him after that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have your own Discord, do you, Hank? Or are you?
Yeah, I don't have my own Discord right now. Well, technically I do, but it's not maintained, so I'm not going to bother maintaining it.
Yeah. And to tell you the truth, like I have Discord and I use it a little bit barely, but I don't know exactly. Like I don't think I know how to get maximum use out of it. So I kind of don't really fuck around on there too much.
Mm-hmm.
But I am in Denison's because I think he and I pretty much have parallel political views on most of the stuff. It's just the theist stuff that we disagree on.
Okay. Yeah, I have a preference where I upload it to, or to just upload to.
There is a philosophy section.
Okay, let me.
The Lyceum. Let me give you a roll for that.
Okay.
There, you should be able to see it now. You might have to refresh though.
Yeah, I probably have to refresh. Broadcast. channels.
Here, I
But
can even do this.
where's
See,
where's it? Is it under general? Where's it under? Where's Lyceum under?
Right there. Can you see that?
I see it now. So what we'll do is documents, logs, official team debate, DB. So I upload the ODT, open text document, because I use LibreOffice. I can, well, you have the tools to convert that yourself if you can't use that. I mean, LibreOffice is free and open source software, so, but I know Microsoft Office just works with ODT, so you can get it. It's not done yet, but I should be done before the debate. I probably just need to take some time off stream to just think about what I'm going to say. But I think I have the setup dialed in. If I get my definition straight, I can wing the opening statement as long as my definition is straight.
I have so many freaking servers I'm joined in. Like, I need to get rid of like most of this stuff. Like, it's ridiculous. I don't even know which servers are what.
Yeah, I used to be and have 35 of them.
Yeah, what I do is I organize them into Discord update now, so you can put them into folders. So I have them in folders of like 3 per folder. That way I can collapse them and expand them and actually navigate to all of them.
I'm gonna have to do something because, like, man, I've got to have like 500. I don't know what it is. It's crazy.
Yeah, so it can't be. Oh, okay. So since I got those defined, I can line that opening statement. So you can't.
Going back to the argument, I don't understand, Dennison's, how you can sit there and say that, yeah, God is an asshole, he sucks, evil, blah blah blah, he's a celestial boss, this and that and the other, and actually believe that that's true, and then ignore. I
don't believe it's true, though.
You don't believe it's true?
No.
But,
because like God is a fictional character, from my perspective.
Okay.
So it'd be like if I'm saying, it's like if I'm saying Hannibal Lecter's an asshole.
Okay, let's just say, is Hannibal Lecter real or imagined?
He's real, but he's man-made.
All right. Let's just say that he's real and he's actually real and he was out of jail.
Yeah.
He's roaming the streets. So all the crap that he was convicted for and condemned for, now he made parole or whatever it is. He finished his sentence and he's out in the street now. Do you not fear him?
Yeah, I would.
So there you go. I mean, how can you I mean, to
if
you,
God were real, it would terrify me.
It should. It should. So I don't know if Hank, help me out here. I'm not
afraid because I don't think he's real.
Okay.
Which comes with its own set of fears, because that means we're actually free. So, that comes with a whole nother, there's probably not a heaven.
But you know that there's a spirit realm, right? Because you had the NDE, the near-death experience.
No, I just think that was the spirit realm is what exists in between whatever objective reality there is and the human interpretation of it. So we
Okay.
don't know what light looks like. We don't know what the color red is. We don't know what wood looks or feels like. We only know those things through our meat sacks.
Yeah, or sensory systems. So the spirit
Right.
realm will be what Lacan was called the real. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And so like if you tweak that shit in any way, you get different results. Input in, input out.
okay, when you were moving away from the Earth and going into the solar system and out to the galaxy, like what were you heading towards, or what did you think was going to be the end result of that traveling?
I have no idea, but I would say the fact that that happened is why God is more real than Hannibal Lecter,
Okay.
but still man-made.
Okay, so how?
Just like Spider-Man is more real than Hannibal Lecter.
Do you think that once your synapses actually cease completely and the chemical reactions, quote unquote, cease completely, and there's nothing going on in the brain whatsoever, that experience itself would have just died out?
Yes. And what that would feel like in the brain, I don't know. It could be like an eternity where the last loop of experience just remains as an echo in your consciousness. There also since quantum entanglement is a thing, it's likely that consciousness, or not likely, it's possible that consciousness is not local, or that the only copy of it, that there could be more than one, could be more than the local copy of it in existence. So that's a possibility I have to take into account.
Yeah, it could be an abstract entity.
Yes. And it could be on a hard drive somewhere else. In which case, if that's me, I still exist after I die, and I can be reborn and copied and manipulated and upgraded, etc.
Yep.
When you were going out of the solar system and you didn't look back because I asked you if there was a flat Earth or not, but did you feel like did you feel like you were being pushed or pulled, or like were you in control? Were you in control at all?
No. Pulled, and it felt like I lucid dream. So there was a willing submission there, and I think that willing submission could have been my brain's conscious interpretation of loss of consciousness, because I couldn't actually take control. It felt like I was giving up control rather than not having it, because it still felt like at any moment I could think my way out of it. And that's ultimately what happened. A friend of mine slapped me in the face, and I was able to focus on his voice, and that pulled me out of the warp.
Interesting.
And it felt just like waking up from a lucid dream too. When I'm trying to, in the lucid dream, I'm trying to juggle all these things at the same time. There's my knowledge that I'm in a dream, because it's the only way I can have control is if I know. If I don't know, I don't have control. But I have to take that knowledge up until the point to where my disbelief over the dream world becomes so much that I can no longer exist in it. Right? You still with me?
I think so. Yes.
So there's like a juggling act of the control. Now you have to exert the control. There comes the third component. These first two ideas have to be perfectly balanced with each other. I'm aware that I'm in a dream, but I'm not so aware that I'm going to wake up. But now I have to take control. So now I have to act on the belief inside the dream realm and still not fucking wake up. That's really hard, at least it is for me. And you have to juggle those three things, and if you drop either one of those balls, you either lose control of the dream and probably wake up, or you wake up, which is the same thing.
So it's fair to say that at that time you didn't have any fear because the experience of lucid dreaming.
That could be why the replay of all my memories, while a lot of them were bad, was still a good experience. So I wasn't going to hell, I was going to heaven. And so that helps, because you feel, I felt like I understood everything about the universe finally. I felt peaceful. I truly forgave myself for all my sins and transgressions. And then I forgave everybody else who ever harmed me. And so that unity and peace and acceptance and love was with me as I was terrifyingly going out into space. Because now I'm afraid, but I still have this love haunting me, if that makes sense.
It does. It does. But you were kind of afraid, but not really totally afraid because of the lucid dreamings in terms of going out into the big void or the big galaxy or the big universe.
What's the worst that could happen? You know, the real fear there is nothingness. That's the real fear, that the atheist proposition is true. Anything else is preferable, because I'm probably not going to hell.
But if it's nothing, then it wouldn't matter anyway.
Right. And then, so how much I'd have to sit there and dwell on the thought of how much I would be able to miss my own non-existence, and that withers away when you're traveling at the speed of light, you know?
I think I do. So what do you think about Donald Trump?
I don't think of him much. I mean, he's
I mean, about the conviction and everything else,
it's America.
First public president. I'm not gonna vote for
that.
Do you think it reflects on the deep state or the justice system, like at all, like it's rigged, or like it's in that terms?
I'm. Go ahead, Hank.
I don't think it really doesn't say much of anything about the justice system yet. We don't have enough information.
I kind of agree with that, but I'm a little more biased. You know, like I was telling people on the internet that the courts are run politically before Trump even ran for president. So this is confirmation bias for me at this point.
What about deep state? You think it's a proof that the deep state is real?
Again, that was a foregone conclusion. I realized that when I was an adolescent before I even hit 13.
Yeah, deep state is clearly and obviously real. So deep state just means executive branch.
Right, the unelected executive branch, yeah.
Yeah.
The bureaucratic culture of Washington D.C. and the world leaders or whatever.
Not just
right.
D.C. It's pretty much you could extend to every executive branch that interacts with the state. So,
and I'm not ashamed. I will call that the permanent state and go further and say that there's like an OSS derivative deep state within the permanent state that is maybe not in their perspective, but more nefarious.
Okay, I asked IFI. The question is, okay, so even if we can identify the who they are, quote unquote, what's their agenda? What's their objective? He said basically to just a continuation of greed and power. What do you think?
Yes, he's correct.
Same thing. I mean, but it's not like to a more definitive goal. It's just the perpetuation of greed and power.
Yeah, I mean, it gets specific from time to time, but it's ultimately just the ultimate expression of human greed. The archetype, the personality type of the person who's in charge. Like, you could say it like this. You could say the deep state is artificial scarcity, and then stop right there.
Okay. But would they have like some sort of end goal, like, utopia on Earth, or, global communism with a social credit score, or anything? It's just greed and power?
I don't think so. I think if they do, it's the same as you and me and everybody else. It's total awareness. And so you could see them like trying. that's something that's tangible. That's something consistent that they can reach for, no matter where they are and what time it is. So in space and time, an ideal that exists, like what did you call it? An ultimate goal. You could say total awareness would be that, but that's still ultimately just about control. It's still just one
Control
like
for what though? Like for utopia, for a slave, a total slave society. I mean,
for control's sake. That's the thing. If you have a certain intellectual capacity, you realize there's no such real thing as freedom. That's a bumper sticker. That ultimately the human existence, the way we relate to one another, is transactional, and therefore at the higher echelons, it's always going to be like a slave master type of relationship. So you're either going to want to be the master, resign to being the slave, or refuse to play the game. And one could argue that, if you refuse to play the game, you're just lying to yourself and you're one or the other. I wouldn't argue against that. But in that case, you still fall into the category of sheep. If you're not a wolf and there's only wolves and sheep, then you're a sheep. Like, I would have to admit to myself, I'm a sheep, because I'm unwilling to pounce on a live sheep and tear its neck out merely for my own sustenance.
Yeah, you don't want to end up like Donald Trump.
So these are the people that are in these positions. You might call them psychopaths. The dark triads, their personality, are more controlling than the rest of us.
So the quote unquote kind of objective or goal is just a facade. It's really just about the control. The control is the goal, but there has to be some sort of facade to facilitate the control.
Every human being needs their own narrative, even the psychos.
All right, I think we're on the same page there. I just find it hard to believe that there's not more substance or something greater than just the greed and control and the power.
They might believe that there's some evidence of it, but in a world where everything is lies, I mean, shit, bro. Like, for example, there's some evidence that aliens are not from other planets; they're from right here, and they're just in a dimension that we can't interact with. That a precursor to the space program made contact with, and that there we have occultists in government who believe they can tap into supernatural powers, and that's what they use. They literally think they're being told what to do from another realm. And
they could be.
Right. That's where I got brain farted right there. That's exactly right, Hank. That means 3 realities. That means the reality where that's total bullshit, right? But there's the reality where they believe that to be true, in which contextually it's the same thing as what you're saying, freak. But there's also the third reality, which is they're right. Like, that actually fucking happened. They are literally communicating with an evil dimension.
Yeah.
Have you ever read the Book of Enoch?
Read it? No.
That would kind of coincide with the third position there.
We tell ourselves these stories too over and over again throughout time. So the story could be based on one initial occurrence, or it just could be the very essence of what it means to be a talking monkey witnessing itself on this existence. Like, it's like how when Neo finds out that he was inevitable.
Yeah.
Right, when he meets the architect and the architect is unfazed, man. He does, you know what I mean? Like, I've had this conversation a billion times before you were born. And here you are, you think you're the hero of everything, you're going to save the world. As you're just another anomaly.
Yeah, there's Wesley.
These shadow existences could be the same thing.
You think the shadow anomalies are actually anomalies as well, or they're part of the system, and like Neo was the only anomaly?
But Smith was an anomaly later, so
I think ritual is genetic. So like when you are tapping into something when you perform these rituals. And I would say the Satanists are far more honest about the relationship between their desires and outcomes in the real world. So it's much easier to be consistently a Satanist than it is to consistently believe in Jesus. Because you have, in order to accept Jesus, you have to accept some contradictions at face value. And it inherently requires more faith. Masterfully, it's still, most people do it. Like as an atheist, I'm the weirdo. Most people ignore all the mounds and mounds of evidence that contradicts whatever their personal version of Jesus is.
Yeah.
They go right on believing with no problem. Satanists don't even have that problem. They there's order in the chaos. You know, there's no miracles except for the ones that you take full opportunity of.
Yeah. So pretty much what I do and Jordan Peterson and Unitarian Universalists do is take the benefits of both Satanism and Christianity.
Say again, Hank?
What I do, what Unitarian Universalists do, what Jordan Peterson does is take the best of both Satanism and Christianity. So acknowledge, instead of being a literalist, you can acknowledge the narrative, how the narrative aspect, but you can see it has actual effects on the universe, which some people would deny.
Right.
I don't know if I can get like totally on board with that, because if you believe in Jesus Christ, you believe in Satan, because Jesus says, he talks about him, he talks to him actually. And if you're Satanist, you in some level you can't deny Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
You don't have to though.
Yeah, you don't have to.
If you're a Satanist, Jesus is just another dude who, he may have been powerful, he may have been bestowed by God, he may have been God's son and been somewhat divine. But he's certainly not infallible or perfect. The very idea is to challenge the infallibility of God, right? If Satan's essentially saying God's wrong, or at the very least, he's saying, "I don't like it." So even if might makes right, he's rejecting that as he's going to refuse to go along, and he's going to try to sabotage in every way that he can.
I would just say that saying that Jesus was fallible at one point or another, that may be true, but now he's been glorified, and so that's not true anymore. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, if you don't have to add that layer to your belief system, which I would argue the Satanist does not, then you're less encumbered. And you can be a lot more opportunistic. And therefore,
go ahead.
Maybe even more effective.
Yeah.
That's why Neil Jack's afraid of the Ortho Bros, because he thinks that's what they're doing.
He thinks they're the Antichrist, or he thinks they're the extremists on the theist side?
He thinks they're taking practices from the Satanism and applying it to their own culture.
Right.
It might be opportunistic in the realm now, and in that sense, but ultimately you're still in the losing position. So I don't, to me, it doesn't make sense to get onto the losing team, like even if it's temporarily, like let's just say, you gain some power because you made a love spell on some girl or whatever. Even that temporary gain is still going to be a loss in the end.
Well, that's to be determined. So if you win big, you could just rewrite history and say you were always in charge, like what's it called? 1984 style. You could literally just rewrite history and say, well, you were always in charge, and it's not gonna make a difference.
The literal or literary Satan tells you his preference too. It's better to die on your feet to rule in hell than it is to
serve in heaven. Yeah,
serve in heaven. So even if believing in God requires that you believe in the prescribed ending, there's still value in fighting until you go down.
But that doesn't really make sense, because if he's ruling in hell, you still have a boss.
Yeah, but he's still a ruler. He's still king instead of a slave.
And it's the difference between loving my boss and going home and smoking a joint and talking about how much I hate him. I don't know if you were here for that analogy.
Yeah.
He was here.
But it just doesn't make sense, because if your boss is Jesus Christ versus your boss is Satan in hell, you still have a boss.
Well, you can rebel against both.
Yeah, you can rebel against your boss.
I guess you can, but in hell, he's still going to have authority over you, and he can do what he wills to you anyway, just like Jesus could in heaven.
But he doesn't.
So you think that Satan is going to actually let you have your own authority in hell and do whatever you want?
I mean, technically, you got to figure I'm not a Satanist. I don't believe in Satan or Jesus.
Yeah,
but I would say technically, satanic theology would be that Satan could become God if man were to pull his head out of his ass and stop worshiping the wrong deity. But even without that, to try to, what was your analogy again?
Well, if let's just say he's the god of hell. Okay, if you try to,
right, is he really going to let you have any say? Right.
Right. It's the same predicament.
I think the value of Satanism from the perspective of the Satanist is the here and now. Yes, it's already that way. We already live. Even if God is the boss, he still allows Satanism to rule the world. And the Christian excuse would be, oh, well, that's free will, which you know how I feel about that. But let's say that's true. If that's true, then God almost has a contract with Earth to allow Satan to rule at his whim. All it requires is for man to follow Satan.
Yeah, I would say it's part free will and part prophecy. So certain things have to come to pass, as they say, in order for God's word to show as true. And also, I guess it's just the way things have to go for his purpose, for whatever reason, or that is. But you still have the predicament in the hereafter. If you're in hell, you still have a boss in hell that you can't get around, apparently, because I don't think Satan is going to like somebody trying to challenge his authority.
No, he just lets you reap the rewards of his control here on Earth.
I understand what you're saying.
So you're still picking a boss if you're a Satanist. There's an argument to be made outside of that, and that's the secular Satanist, which I would say I'm not, but it's there's a lot of parallels. So the secular Satanist doesn't believe Satan is a real entity, just respects him from the literary sense for trying to overthrow heaven, for having the balls to step out on his own and to actually assert as though he has free will, which the angels aren't supposed to have. So in that, worshiping that ideal, you're ultimately a humanist, is what you are, but you call yourself like a, I don't know, that'd probably be like a Levy Satanist, like a church of Satanism.
Yeah, do as thou wilt, basically.
Right.
Yeah. Also,
And,
OTL.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you, dude, like I don't know if you find power in dabbling with white Jesus magic, but you dabble with the Satanist shit, and it's pretty powerful.
I use some of it.
I generally do okay with the white Jesus power stuff.
I use that too.
So I don't know about the other stuff, but because I feel like I don't need it, but
Wesley's here. Wesley Curry.
Yeah. Did you hear Wesley on Machine Lies last night?
I think I interacted with him a bit, didn't I? Maybe in a different one.
Oh yeah. Oh wait.
That was a different night.
Maybe a different night. Yeah, because you were having him try to predict your password or something.
Yeah,
that was a different show.
Yeah, because he said he could read my mind. That was a flow state show. So
yeah,
he claimed he knew what Jesus said to me or something, and I asked him, "Oh, you read my mind? What did Eric say to me?"
He was on Machine Lies. Yeah, he was on Machine Lies last night and was telling us about a lot of different stuff. It's fascinating listening to him. I think it's fascinating because there's a lot there that holds true with Scripture, and then there's a lot there that's like Wesleyism, and it's just fascinating to listen to him.
It's funny. He didn't come up. He didn't dare to come up. I mean, I would have let him up, but I guess here's the thing: the trolls, they know who I am. They know they can't. They know I'm going to keep maintaining control, and I let them spin out, so they don't bother coming up.
Probably true. I just like whenever he's on, I'm just fascinated with everything that he says. I don't know if that makes me weird or not, non-Christian, which I wouldn't say that, but it fascinates me to hear him, listen to him talk about stuff. It's just I don't know what it is. It's almost like
Wesley.
Yeah, it's like a car crash or something.
Yeah, Wesley Curry the second. So I have my own. I have my own West. Jimbo has his West. I have my own.
It's what paranoid schizophrenia looks like, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Like especially I would say if you like, there's some of the unfortunate symptoms of schizophrenia are self-harm, self-deletion, ideation, etc., drug abuse, etc. So if one could argue being a functional schizophrenic is like the absence of those self-destructive behaviors.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I think they know what I do without power, so they don't even want to bother seeing what could happen to them if they try to interact with me when I do have power. So that's why all the people, my haters who know I'm streaming right now, won't even pay me a visit.
I don't think they want to. I don't think anyone wants to mess with you like that. Like I'll mess with you, but to me, it's just all in good fun because I know how competitive you are, and I like that. But it's nothing like I've never had any ill will or anything towards you. I just like messing around because I know you're competitive and you'll you won't back down. It's for me, it's fun.
Yeah, so they don't even want to chance what I could possibly do in my own house. So my own show. So they know what I could do without power. They don't want to see what I could do with power.
In my experience, intellectually insecure people tend to overcompensate for that by looking to assert or demonstrate their intellectual superiority for its own sake. And you can do that among the masses with a relatively high success rate, because the vast majority of people are stupid as fuck. And it doesn't take much to assert intellectual superiority over them. But then what you have is you have someone who is really not that smart, kind of knows that they're not that smart, but they're having their ego inflated by math, by these kind of like when an average chick posts her bikini picture on Instagram.
Yeah.
It works the same way in these debate bro communities.
Yeah.
And so then now if you come across someone like Hank, who would argue can actually intellectually stand his own ground, you're not going to want to pursue that, because it's an entirely different experience, and it's in a way it's your worst fear, because it's going to expose the very thing you're compensating for by trying to say you're smarter than Hank to begin with.
Yeah. So like the people who say, "Oh, you're retarded," but they don't want to. They do not want to put that to the test. The last thing they possibly want to do is put themselves in a competition with me, so we can verify if that's true.
Yeah, I agree with everything Dennis has just said. It's just that when you have the power to backstage people and whatnot, then it's a different type of intellectual insecurity.
Yeah, like if I had the power to backstage someone and I just don't even bother to do it, that's a message.
Yeah, so that means come face me.
When you're up against Hank, you better know where the rubber meets the road, because he's going to know that.
Right. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay, so I need to get ready for work, and I need to take the trash out. So I need you to give your closing statements, and I'll probably maybe start another stream to finish this off tomorrow before the debate.
When's the debates tomorrow?
Yeah, but maybe schedule it. I don't know, but I pose it tomorrow. This will be ready tomorrow. The thing is, with these debates, it's not that important. I'm still working on the stuff, so it just need to be done enough. And this, we honed in a bunch of definitions. I have everything I need to get started. So all I need to do is get examples.
I just want to know when to look out for it.
While right now it's scheduled for. We just need to confirm it. So right now it's going to be. It looks like it's going to be 6 p.m. EST. After this show, I'll put out. I'll start stream for that at I think 5:50, and maybe I'll put out another stream that when I finish this up. Let's finish this off stream tomorrow. So it's gonna be looks like 6 Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight Time, whatever we're gonna call this part. But yeah.
Well, that's a good time for me. So if it goes down, I should see you in the chat.
Yeah. So I'll put a show up, but I need to get this we need to wrap up so I can get prepared for my birthday tomorrow.
I think I'm ready to outro. And I think what I'll do is I'll just blow both you guys up. Dennis said I pretty much, I think you're very sound, logical, and you make good arguments. The theist stuff is about all we disagree on for the most part. And so I appreciate, talking with you all the time. Hank, I upgraded my background because of you. I bought the hat because of you. I'm the white Hank out here because I just like having fun with you. So I respect you a lot, and I hope to see more of you again soon. Talk to you later. Take care.
Excellent. So I need to go back and link to Steve McRae's stream and I'll have a link to the Monday Debate Discord server so you can ask questions. And what else? What else? And I need to finish what my statements. So get ready tomorrow. If we were scheduled, I'll let you know, and we'll get this debate started 6 EST, or I guess Eastern Daylight Time, whatever it's called. What time zone? What is my time zone? Maybe I just use the D command. EDT, Eastern Daylight Time. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'll let you know. Figure out. Okay, we'll figure it out. If we don't get the debate in line, we'll just postpone. We'll figure it out. Okay, let's end this stream. Like and subscribe. Tell your friends about the stream if you feel like it. It's a shame Wesley didn't want to come on.